Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Nemesis Gaming League, where the grind continues, where playoffs are now underway. We're done with the play-in stage. We're done with all that. But joining me is the lovely Speed Demon over here. Speed, how you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good. Back excited to be in the booth again. It's been a while. Had my first cast the other day again, and in a while, I was a little rusty, stuttered over myself a little bit, but we'll make tonight even better. As like you said, first night of the playoffs. We're hitting the best of sevens. It's officially win or go home, and nothing more exciting than when you get into these best of sevens and you see the crazy magic that can happen, especially when you get into these higher leagues like the rival league in this first matchup tonight.
Yeah, we got Whiteout and Distortion. Distortion, the 1 seed, coming in here, and they're looking hot, to be honest. I will say, though, this Whiteout team, they made a very big change, kind of like a complete roster overhaul about halfway through the season. They started out a little slow with this roster, but I'm pretty sure they're like 6-1 in the last 7 games. Like, they made a huge run towards the end. To be honest, they kind of stepped it up, and so this is a hot team. Obviously, they made it out of the play-in stage as well, so it's a team you want to look out for. Those red hot teams coming out of the play-in stage, they had a little bit more practice. They're ready. This Distortion team, they had a long break, so it'll be interesting to see if this 8 seed can upset the 1 seed, but at the same time, Speed, it is the 1 seed for a reason. So I'm kind of interested to see like how you think this match is going to turn out, and who you think is going to come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, was Whiteout team. They're coming in hot. They just took down my Kings team. To make it here, secure that 8 seed, and get a date with the number 1 Distortion. They looked really, really good. They only had a couple small moments in that series where, they weren't performing to their best, but overall in that series they were performing really well. And like you said, Distortion coming off of a pretty long break. Hopefully, we've seen them. They got some games in. They were practicing. They were scrimming. But with that being said, with how hot Whiteout was, it's hard to count them out. But I think I still have to go with Distortion. Taking a look at their roster, you got Flame Intruder, you got Demas, and I believe they're playing with Sprinkle tonight. But that's just hard to go against Flame Intruder. Flame Intruder, a long time Nemesis is great. Always seems to find his way into the playoffs and make deep runs. But on the other side, you got Dissa for Whiteout. Dissa, again, really good, solid player flip. But I just think that Distortion's going to be able to edge them out probably in 6. I think it'll be a 4-2.
Yeah, I don't know if this is going to affect your prediction at all, but I just saw Whiteout join the lobby, and they don't have Dissa. So it's going to be Juan Sancheros, Cynthia, and TJZ. So no Dissa is going to be a blow, and honestly, I think it's going to be a huge blow. I think Cynthia is pretty good. But this Distortion team, man, whenever I played against them, let me tell you, it's like they're everywhere all at once, all the time. They're stealing your boost. They're going for air dribbles. They got the mechanics. DMS is, he's disgusting. So Flame Intruder's really good, and he's like the most solid, one of the most consistent players in all of Rival. And he's always in Rival. I don't know how. Please gain some MMR so you can go to Titan, get out of my league. But dude, they are always crazy. So I'm gonna have Distortion sweeping here because I think Whiteout without Dissa, it's gonna be a hard fought battle. But I just don't see him pulling away even a game, to be honest.
Yeah, I didn't realize that Dissa wasn't going to be here for this matchup tonight. So, I still got to give Whiteout's played well. They do have the momentum. Distortion did have the little break. So, honestly, I could see, Whiteout maybe coming out, taking game number 1. But, I do see Distortion being able to handle this, over the long run pretty easily without Dissa there on the pitch to disrupt and, create a lot of solo plays. So I'm still sticking with Distortion. I just think, maybe Distortion will take it here in 5 instead of 6. It looks like we got almost everyone in the lobby. I think we're just waiting on Sprinkle. Sprinkle's just showing up a little late.
Yeah, fashionably late. That's all.
Fashionably late, but maybe he's gonna sprinkle us with some magic tonight.
Ooh.
technically, it looks like Sprinkle is a sub MMR on Distortion. It is pretty close between him and you, Nate. So I don't know who typically starts. It's playoffs. Things happen. People aren't always available, especially when it comes to scheduling all these matches at once. So, you see, we don't have Dissy here for Whiteout. So I don't know what the story is and, who usually starts for them. But it looks like we are going to get this thing underway. And this should definitely be an exciting one for sure.
Oh yeah, I'm ready to kick off playoffs. We got playoffs coming here in the Nemesis Gaming League Season 11. A whole reset, and it all comes down to this. We are finally in the top 8 for each of these leagues. In the rival league, Distortion here, trying to get us started early, but no, it's going to be DMS up early, having to play that ball. But Flame Intruder, he did not expect that Whiteout player to miss, but he's going to leave it for his teammate Sprinkle. Sprinkle shot just high, and DMS is already there. What a shot. That offensive firepower already coming through, and it seems like a little bit of miscommunication as well on the side of Whiteout.
Yeah, and there you go. They're number 1 seed for a reason. Apparently that break did not break them down at all as they came out 14 seconds in, secured that 1-0 lead already. And I think you can really tell already that without having this on the pitch, it's really going to be a struggle for them as DMS puts another one off the backboard, off the kickoff, and Sprinkle is going to put in a 2-0 lead early on.
Yeah, and just absolute speed is what I'm seeing out of this Distortion team. They will leave you in their dust, and that's what's been happening so far. 20 seconds in, 2-0, not the start you want to see if you are Whiteout. But at the same time, you got to realize, long series to be played here, so they got to shake it off. Cannot let this one game affect their whole mental. But you got to see them get off on a good foot and see if they can get a goal here. That one just going to get saved by Sprinkle. Flame Shooter now with a little bit of boost, a little bit of time, trying to find a pass mid. Sprinkle's there. Sprinkle gonna send that one wide, but he's gonna be there for the follow-up shot to the top right corner, sniping that one in, and it's gonna be a 3-0 lead here for Distortion.
Distortion is looking fantastic to start off this game. 3 early ones on average. They're only 40 seconds in. That's less than 15 seconds a goal already to start this one off. And this could get really ugly if you're Whiteout and you don't put a stop to this, and just maybe not put one in right away, but they at least need to slow down this Distortion roster.
Stop the bleeding as much as you can, but not looking likely. A huge dibble coming up from DMS, but the shot was just high. Juan now trying to get a touch, but Sprinkle's already there to meet him. TJG, sorry, couldn't get past Juan, Sprinkle either. Juan not getting the touch. TJG with no boost. DMS going for the musty. Sente kind of awkward. The team is all over the place, all on top of each other. Still, the ball is not in their net, so they survive for a little bit longer. Cynthia trying to get that ball cleared. DMS gets a stop to it. Sprinkle looking over for Flame, but Juan cuts that one off. Now, DMS getting a long clear, trying to buy his team a little time, get a little bit of boost, and start that attack all over again. Sprinkle gonna get a long clear here, trying to get a follow. No, it's gonna be DMS already up in the air. That one off the backboard. Flame Intruder's already up, looking for a pass mid. No, TJZ sends that one long. The counter attack is there, in a little bit of help from Cynthia and DMS. I don't know how it went in, but that's a goal for Whiteout.
Yeah, and if you're Whiteout, you're gonna take that all day long. Gets you on the board. It keeps you alive. It gives you a little momentum, but they still haven't really done anything spectacular. That was kind of a gimme goal. Cynthia was just kind of downfield, happened to kind of fall in his lap. He won a decent 50, but we're really gonna need Cynthia to step it up here. To see a little more to come out of the Whiteout side if we're gonna see a big change in this series.
Yeah, but the one that's been making a huge impact is Sprinkle so far. Already 2 goals. Now he's looking for another one with a flip reset, looking for a double mid. Oh, DMS was just not quite ready for it. Cynthia now passing it over. TJ almost had to pass back to him. That's some good chemistry we're starting to see going. Hopefully they can start connecting those passes. A good bump though from DMS as Flame Intruder puts it high. Sprinkle's there. Sprinkle off the bar. Not going to go in, but Flame Intruder puts it away. Flame Intruder said, finally I can get a goal. But this one gonna be putting Distortion up by 3 here, Speed, and Whiteout. Things are looking good, just not yet.
Again, another play, another goal set up from Sprinkle, where he's been active. He's either scored or assisted on all goals so far. As DMS off the kickoff, gonna get another one, and again assisted by Sprinkle. This man is doing absolutely everything right now for Distortion. He is all over the place.
Another kickoff goal, and that's new server. You know what? Fair enough. Sometimes that's all you need is just a new server. But I will say right now, those kickoff goals have kind of been absolutely eating this whiteout team alive. That feels like the third one pretty much. Now, can this whiteout team find an answer? There's still half the game to be played. Plenty of time. Maybe not to win it, but you know, you gotta get a little bit of momentum going for you, but not anything getting started here as Flame Intruder clears that one long. Sprinkle taking his time, waiting for Juan to clear it all the way down to him. Has 100 boost spawn right in his lap as he clears that one over to Flame Intruder, but Cynthia's already there in the air. That touch going high. DMS trying to find Sprinkle over to DMS. That shot not in, but Juan says, I'll help you out a little bit, and it's going to be 6-1 here for Distortion.
And it's really starting to look ugly. One thing I've noticed from the whiteout side is they're struggling on the boost. You saw TJS had to go get that boost because he was out. And if he had any boost reserved in the tank, he would have been able to go straight to net, been in a better position, but instead had to go fight for that boost first. Got it, but was just late and ended up own goaling into his own net. And that's just really unfortunate here from whiteout. Like you said, they're down 5. It's game number 1. They've really just got to take this game now. Forget about trying to win it and just build momentum. Figure out how they can beat it, as TJZ is trying to do that right there with its solo play, but it got stuffed on the goal line by Flame.
And you think you have a good play going, and your shutout cannot feel good, but great defense there from DMS. Now, TJZ, the long clear. Cynthia not gonna go for that one as Flame Intruder and DMS were on the backboard. Juan now looking for a shot. That's a good opportunity here for Cynthia. That one gonna hit the bar and go in. Cynthia, as they seeming like they're the ones getting a little bit of offense going here, but Distortion still comfortably ahead by 4 goals.
Yeah, and you know, they're down by so much, they can afford to play that little crazy, fast-paced, hectic, just kind of monkey the ball, and that's what you saw them do there, and it paid off for him. Juan doing a great job putting on the pressure, and Cynthia just coming in, putting that into the fairly open net, and you know, it's not undoable, but you know, they still needed, you know, 4 goals in the next minute, so a little less than 15 seconds a goal. They got to get one here if they want to have a chance in this one, but just keep building off of that momentum and keep pressuring these guys and make them think that, you know, this rest of the series isn't as going to be as easy as this game 1.
Yeah, but still, Distortion not letting up as Flame Intruder and Sprinkle shots do not hit their mark, but the pressure is always still there. DMS in the midfield can be so dangerous as he gets another good 50 to the sidewall, gets another good 50 there. Sprinkle going to be the first one on that ball, likes to go for a low 50, and a good bump from DMS, but Cynthia was able to react to it. Juan with 0 boost, the boost starving from Distortion, allowing another goal to go through, and they're up 7-2.
Yeah, again, boost. It's been, you know, pretty much the story for whiteout this series is low boost, creating them to be in awkward positions, double commit a lot, not being able to trust their teammates because they don't have boost to go for the ball. So you see that again there. I think that's really something that they got to work out here, you know, for game number 2 to be able to have a chance is figure out a way to maintain boost and, you know, even, you know, just be overall smarter with your challenges when you do have low boost.
But that might just have to be safe for next game because we only got 10 seconds left here in game number 1. Distortion gonna be taking this one pretty comfortably as that clock winds down, and Distortion's gotta be feeling pretty good. They said this was just a warm-up game as well. They're really not feeling any nerves. Playoffs, dream match, doesn't matter. 7-2 is gonna be your scoreline for game number 1 unless something crazy happens, you know. But now that ball is going to fall, and Distortion wins game number 1 very convincingly, and it's looking like this Distortion team is just as hot as they were this entire regular season.
Yeah, you know, they're the number 1 seed for a reason. They came out, they showed it. You know, definitely had a, you know, there's always a question mark when I watch these number 1 seeds and come in, have a long break off. They feel confident because, you know, they're getting a team that's coming through the play-ins. You know, they were, you know, a bottom tier team to begin with. So sometimes you can see these, you know, 1 seeds not necessarily practice. They just, they kind of take it easy, right? But when you're in the playoffs, anything can happen at any point in time. And you really saw them come out and show out and, you know, prove that they're the number 1 team. Now, I know whiteout, they're missing one of their better players, if not their best player in Dissa. You know, that's definitely hurting them. So they definitely have to find a way to get on the same page and do it quick, because if not, this game number 2 is going to be out of hand too. And I don't know if any team that's going to get beat by 4 or 5 goals to start off a series is good for the mental.
Yeah, it can't be good for the mental. And as a whole, it felt like they were just getting outmatched on every part of the field. So I would like to see a little bit, I don't know, just a spark of hope. I just need something so I can cheer on this Whiteout team, see if they can take us, farther than game number 4. But right now, this Distortion team is just looking too solid. And Sprinkle, he was good in the regular season, but I did not expect this man to have almost 100% goal participation. Like, dude was just everywhere. Honestly, just Distortion's playing really well. They're looking to continue it, and they're looking to assert themselves, as the favorites going through this playoff run in the rival league. As we're about to get match number 2 started here. Do you think that there's gonna be, a change up, or do you think the Distortion just has this one on lock? Do you think Whiteout's gonna change anything up? See if they can, try to at least put up a better fight here in game number 2.
Yeah, I expect Whiteout. They had a little success there at the end with putting a lot of pressure, kind of just being in their face. So I'd like to see, maybe go for more bumps, demo plays, just try to pressure them, make them awkward. But to do that, they really need to fix the boost management issue first. So if they can get the boost management under control and be able to put a little pressure on, as we see a good infield pass from Flame down that's just going to miss the mark, as Sprinkle trying to put another one in early with the 50, and they're playing exactly how I would want Whiteout to play to try to turn this thing around.
Yeah, but that's a huge clear down from Cynthia, relieving a little bit of pressure, but still, it is Whiteout making the passes, making the reads. Good 50, but that one gonna go off the backward. Could be a shooting opportunity. No, he's gonna leave it for Juan. Juan with the shot. Sprinkle gonna hop that one up high. Gonna try to follow it himself. Tries to get it over 1. TJ gonna just have to collect it. Flame Intruder's there, trying to get it towards the midfield. Juan gonna have to clear. Sprinkle, no boost. Flame Intruder takes it from him. Gonna leave this one for DMS. DMS pops it over 1. Looking for the solo play. He has really good mechanics. Trying to get that 50, but a good touch there from Cynthia. As Sprinkle pops that one up high. Trying to get a follow. No, everybody decides to not touch that ball, as Cynthia's gonna say thank you very much, I'll take that one. DMS waiting patiently, clears that one to the sidewall. TJZ already there with the dominance now, as Flame Shooter finds DMS, that one going towards the backboard. Sprinkle, he's always gonna be there, but Cynthia knew it, got a good pop over him, but DMS now look for the pre-flip shot. That one goes to the corner. Trying to get a follow-up. Sprinkle's there. Can he get it past Cynthia? No, that one's gonna go to the sidewall. As another midfield battle here, not as quick of scoring as the last game. Seems like Whiteout has settled down in the midfield a little bit, and their challenges, they've gotten a lot better.
Yeah, they've definitely settled down in the midfield and, haven't overcommitted in their defensive half. I would still like to see them get a little more pressure. This is really just the second or third time that they've had a decent offensive pressure. Looking to score here is Cynthia. Just wide, TJ's trying to get the rebound. This one's bouncing in front of the net, and no one's able to get that one in. And now they're going to be racing back low on boost to try to stop this counterattack, and they are. TJ has low boost, but he's going to come out for the 50. Gets demoed. Gives them time to reset now.
Yeah, DMS. Last man back there with a really good touch. Flame Shooter gonna try to take it himself. Was thinking about passing, but nobody was there for him. Sprinkle gonna try to hit that one off backward. DMS is there. The speed off the post and in. He said, "Thank you very much, post. I'll pay you later." But this one gets Distortion up by 1 here in game number 2.
Hats off to Whiteout, right? They played really good defensively. They had a decent counterattack. They stopped the counterattack on themselves, and then, DMS with the speed. This Distortion team is just playing so fast, so quick, outpacing this Whiteout squad that, they're bound to find one, and they did find one. It took them a half a game, but, they're on the board, but Whiteout's sake, it's only 1. They're only down 1. We've seen them come in, and we've seen them score, so, let's just see how they respond to being down 1 early, midway through this second game.
Yeah, it feels like it should be early, because last time, it took us very, very long to get to halfway through this game. Last time it was about 5 goals in already, but it's only 1-0. The defense stepped up a lot. I feel like they're conserving their boost a little bit better, but still, the shots are coming in. Flame Intruder couldn't get that one on target. Sprinkle, his shot got saved, so the offense is still there for Distortion. Now they're looking for another opportunity, but the defense from Whiteout has stepped up. Sprinkle now popping that one up high. His teammate got demoed, so nobody's going to challenge that ball, but Sprinkle is just going to be an absolute nuisance on the ball. With another really good 50, Chi-Jazz got to clear that one up high. Going for a solo play. Flame Shooter taking his time, says you can't do anything with that ball, and I know it. Lets him do what he wants. Sprinkle, gonna leave that one for DMS. DMS says, nah, I'll leave it for you. Sprinkle says, no, you take it. DMS says, nah, I'll let T-Jazz take it as a little bit of, I don't even know what's going on that defensive side, but a good save there coming out from DMS. His Flame Shooter now getting it clear. Over to Sprinkle. Sprinkle's clear. Not gonna be on target, and T-Jazz was already back. Now, Sprinkle, going for the challenge. The demo comes out from T-Jazz as well, but that's going to be enough for DMS to get the clear. Leaves that one for Flame Intruder. That ball popped high. Flame Intruder, can you get back to it? No, Cynthia gonna shut that one down. DMS, not a lot of boost to work with. Distortion, kind of scrambling here. Cynthia with a little bit of time. Gets a flip reset. Can he get it over one? No, Sprinkle with a really good challenge. 45 seconds remaining. Flame Intruder now trying to get one more goal to kind of secure it. Trying to get a 2-goal lead so they can afford to make a mistake. DMS now trying to buy some time. His teammate going to be in the midfield. Sprinkle not going to be there before Cynthia though. Going for a demo, just trying to mess him up as much as possible. Zero boost, he doesn't care. He is on that ball 24/7. Flame Intruder touch was not great. Flame Intruder does get a really good 50 though, and with 20 seconds remaining, a good shot going to come out here from DMS. A great pass from Flame Intruder and speed. It does look like Distortion are going to take game number 2 here.
That's exactly what I would expect from Flame. Veteran like him, you know, good 50, able to follow it up, beat the last defender, and just leave it wide open in the front of nets for DMS to finish that off. You know, puts him up 2-0. We're almost talking, you know, that could have been the dagger here, especially the way Whiteout has scored very little so far in this series and hasn't even put one in this game. So they hit the final 10 seconds here. If they don't get one soon, we could be, you know, seeing a 2-0 deficit and, you know, possibly talking about a timeout.
That one could have been the one to cut that lead in half, but in the end, it does get saved away. The defense from Distortion, that was what shut out Whiteout here, but honestly, it's a lot closer. They're getting better. They're getting closer with it. But in the end of the day, Distortion still is going to take a 2-0 lead in this series. I will say, though, Whiteout outshot Distortion this time. But in the end of the day, it doesn't matter how many times you shoot. It matters how many times you score. And Distortion did that just 2 more times than Whiteout.
Yeah, and it's really the quality of those shots too. You know, Whiteout, they did get a lot of kind of booming clears, you know, type shots or just kind of weak shots that were just kind of thrown there while the Distortion had 2-3 guys in net. You know, and unless if you're putting, you know, really hard, powerful shots on, or you're creating passing plays that are getting the defense, you know, moving from side to side, it's going to be hard for them to, you know, find the back of the net. So they really got to find out a way to get more, you know, better looking shots instead of just the quantity of shots. Now, you know, sometimes quantity of shots can work in your favor. You can create good rebounds, but you know, when Distortion's kind of packing the house, when they're getting good defensive rotations, you know, those just quantity of shots isn't going to do it.
They do need some quality coming out here. They have not scored a goal in a little while. It's been at least 6 minutes for them. So, you know, they want to score. You can feel that the nerves, the anxiousness. They're like, we got to get this ball in the back of the net. And Distortion, they've got to be feeling a little bit comfortable. But this series is still not over. It's only 2-0. They need 2 more games here. DMS trying to get this Distortion team started early with a good pass. Juan going to put that one up high. Juan going to go for another touch. Flame Shooter dunks him. Sprinkle elects to not go for that ball as that one. Good sent to Juan. DMS was already up though. Oh, Cynthia could have had a pass to TJ. That's what TJ was expecting. But Sprinkle and DMS trying to make a little play happen there. But Juan with a nice touch. Gonna get the pass out to Cynthia, but now Sprinkle pops on up high to Flame. Flame, they'll look to pass it back down to Sprinkle, but the only one there is Juan, but that shot does go high and wide. Just wide, it wasn't high at all, but now Cynthia getting the clear. That one, gonna be a nice pass. DMS is there, can he get the shot? No, it's gonna be blocked there by T-Jazz as Flame Intruder kind of tries to put that one back mid. Juan, gonna get the clear, and Flame Intruder helps him out a little bit, clearing that to his own corner, but first one there is gonna be Sprinkle, pops that ball up high. Looking for a little bit of time here. does have it, tries to get it over T-Jazz, not going to happen there. Is Cynthia trying to get the clear, a little bit more pressure coming out here. Sprinkle tries to get that pass to DMS, not going to come through. Early pressure here for Distortion, but not a lot to show for it. But still, Distortion, the one in the driver's seat, it feels like, as Sprinkle looks for another long clear. He's going to get a follow-up touch. He's going to get the reset. No, it's going to go to Flame Intruder. That ball off the post, off the bar. DMS can't put that one in. Flame Intruder looks for a pass over to Sprinkle. And Distortion with all of their attacks. As another one coming through here. A good bump there. But it seems like all these attacks, but Whiteout still holding on here, Speed. It's still 0-0. The defense from Whiteout has really improved.
Yeah, the defense from Whiteout, is definitely, looking like a, honestly, I'd say championship contending team with their defense. They just now need to figure it out on offense. They're getting some looks, but they're really just being pinned down so much in their defensive end that it's hard for them to even get out into the offensive end. So I'd really like to see them, look for some better clears and to really start turning these, good saves into counter opportunities.
This is the kind of game Whiteout wants to play, though. You want to let Distortion score as little as possible, but that's not going to feel good. It is a slow roller into your net, and that's just not what you want to see. Flame Intruder with a good shot there, but Distortion goes up 1-0, and Whiteout, despair, starts to hit him just a little bit more.
Yeah, that's super unfortunate there for Cynthia. He makes a great, race back, gets the clear, but not well enough where... there was still a Distortion player right there, able to scoop that one up, and just a soul roller as he didn't have any boost and was coming off awkward off of that back wall.
Now, Distortion up a goal again. They've been in this position a lot this series. Whiteout has yet to claim a lead at all so far. Now, Flame Intruder looking for another one. Sprinkle, gonna put that one wide. DMS, though, says, all right, I'll take it, thank you very much. Now he's gonna look for one more touch. No, it's not gonna go through as Cynthia clears that one all the way down. Flame Intruder puts it to his own corner. Sprinkle committed, though, but Flame Intruder still able to get back in time. That shot, if it was just a little bit better place, could have been a goal, but instead, gonna be 1-0 still. A counterattack as well. Sprinkle shot gets saved by T-Jazz. Flame Shooter looking for a pass mid. DMS was not ready for that one. Cynthia was, though. Cynthia now looking for a pop-up high. T-Jazz elects to not go for it. A double commit here from Sprinkle and Flame. Should buy a little bit of time, but Flame just continues to stay on that ball. But no touches coming out here from the side of Distortion. Sprinkle still racing to that ball. And it doesn't matter if they miss the ball. They're going to be on top of it in another second. You cannot waste any time with this Distortion team. They are just everywhere all at once. As Flame Shooter looks for another shot. That one goes wide. Whiteout, you're hanging on, but you got to score. You're still down by 1 goal.
Yeah, and Distortion looking really good. They're swinging the ball left to right. They may not be necessarily putting shots on right now, but what they're doing is they're getting this Whiteout defense moving from side to side, getting them crisscrossing, stealing their boost, and putting them in awkward situations as Sprinkle puts another one off the backboard right to the other side. And again, double commits by Whiteout, 2 of them with no boost.
Still, if you're Distortion, you want to score another one. Having a 2-goal lead always feels just that much better than a 1-goal lead. DMS looking to do it there, not going to have the boost for it. Just Flame Shooter, Sprinkle aims for the wrong ceiling, but Flame Shooter, he's the one to put it away. Distortion, they're feeling a little bit more comfortable now. Flame Shooter getting a really interesting double touch, and Whiteout, it just seems they have no wind in their sails.
Yeah, I was expecting Sprinkle to hammer that one in, and he elected to go off the backward to Flame Intruder, get Flame Intruder, his 2nd goal of this game. But Flame Intruder definitely doing what he does best, takes an awkward pass that he wasn't quite expecting, and turns it into a beautiful double tap. As T-Jazz looking to get something started here for Whiteout, a little late. They only have 20 seconds remaining. They're going to need to get one now if they're going to want to try to tie this one up.
Going down 0-3. Is not what you want to do if you're in a best-of-7 series. But that's what it's looking like here. Sprinkle, his shot going to get blocked by Cynthia. DMS elects to fake. Saw that one coming from a mile away, but T-Jazz didn't. DMS now off the ceiling. And the shot from Flame Intruder goes in. Give him a hat trick and give Distortion a 3-0 lead and a 3-0 win here in game number 3.
Yeah, 3-0 win here for Distortion in game number 3 to give them that 3-0 lead, as you just said, and you have to expect a timeout here from Whiteout. I hope they realize they have a timeout that they're allowed now that we're in the playoffs. Everyone does get a 1-minute tactical timeout in between games if they so wish, an extra minute other than the minute that is, allowed already between the lobbies. So hopefully they know that and they take that timeout, because right now they need to figure out a plan. Cynthia doing what Cynthia does, being a solid defensive rock, but they're just not able to get anything going on the offensive end. And they need it. Like I said, they're getting shots, right? They outshot Distortion 6-3, but all 3 of Distortion shots were goals. So again, it's the quantity over quality. Quality over quantity, sorry. That we talked about again about for Whiteout. They really just need to get these quality shots instead of just putting them on.
Yeah, and the biggest difference this game, it just felt like there was not any quantity either. It just felt like Whiteout didn't have any chance at all. And so that's not what you want to see. If you're going into a series, you want to progress and get better and adapt to what the other team is doing during that series. But that's not what's been happening here for Whiteout. Whiteout has just kind of not had any wind in their sails. Like I said, they just seem to be disheartened. It feels like they don't think they can win the game. As now we got to see if Distortion can secure this 1-4, or will Whiteout try to start that reverse sweep. But first, you got to win this game. Don't look too far ahead. A good bump there from DMS now as he gets another great touch. He's going to look for Flame Intruder in the midfield. Juan's already up, but it doesn't matter. Flame Intruder's shot goes a little bit wide, a little bit high. DMS's shot doesn't go in, but Sprinkle finally puts that one away. And let's get us started early here for Distortion with their first goal.
Passing play that starts us all up, gets Whiteout awkward on the defensive end. They missed a couple shots, but they were able to put on that pressure, keep that pressure, knowing that Whiteout was low on boost. And, the rotations and able to, sneak that one into the back post to go up early. And if you're Whiteout, who have struggled to score, they haven't scored in game 2 or game 3. They were able to find some in game number 1. You got to be scared right now, knowing you haven't scored in the last 10 minutes, over 10 minutes of Rocket League.
Yeah, over 10 minutes of Rocket League, let alone how much actual time that's been. It feels good to put the ball in the back of the net, and they have not done that for a while. So we would like to see, just for their sake, just a little bit of hope. But right now, not looking like a lot. Finally, Cynthia, the one that's, I'm pretty sure the only one that's scored a goal so far for this Whiteout team, puts one away there and ties up this game.
Yeah, he does, and that's a great play there by, Juan. Able to keep the pressure, and then looking for the distraction on the back end, picks up a bump, and leaves that ball wide open in the middle for Cynthia to just, put a fairly easy shot on. So, they have some life here. They were able to find a goal in over 10 minutes of Rocket League play, and, this team is not, unbeatable. They can score on them. Now they just got to find another one and then hold the fort.
A good save there. Could result in a long clear, but Sprinkle already there as Flame Shooter able to follow up that pass. Going to the ceiling. Has a teammate in the midfield. Tries to hit Sprinkle, but that ball is just a little too far. That touch not great as Sprinkle's already there. Cynthia not going to have a great touch here. DMS already there for it. Look, going to leave that one for Flame Intruder. That ball goes high. Sprinkle going to race to that one. TJ is already there as well, but Sprinkle with the beat. But that ball not going to have anything come after it. DMS tries to pass the one to Flame. Sprinkle going to pop that one up for Flame Intruder once again. Flame gets a beat on one. Juan, last man. He's going to leave that one for TJazz. That touch not going to come through for Cynthia. That's a pass over to Flame. Back over to DMS. Not going to connect. Just off by a couple inches. Flame Shooter says, okay, fine, I'll take it again myself. Gets the flip reset. That ball gets put back to the corner. Sprinkle says, all right, it's my turn. Get that 50 bar out as DMS now. Gonna get a touch up high. He says, I'll show you guys how to hit a flip reset. That's how, but Juan shuts that one down early. Sprinkle says, no, it's my turn. T-Jazz shutting that one down. The defense coming out here for the Whiteout, but the offense still continuing to pile on. Now some bumps coming through, a little bit awkward. T-Jazz takes a breath, able to control himself, get some good 50s going in the corner. Not a lot of boost to work with, but he's still a big body man, and he is able to get it all the way down to the Distortion half. Distortion, they looked like they had a couple opportunities there, but Whiteout were able to hold on strong, and that's a good sign if you are a Whiteout fan, is this team continues to cling on to hope here in game number 4 speed. That kind of defense is what you want to see, but do you think they're going to get any offense going here other than that one goal they've had?
You know, if they can keep putting on the pressure as this is going on, you know, they got to feel good. They were putting one in. They got a great opportunity here. Cynthia trying to throw one down, but no, great save by Flame. And it's actually going to go all the way down and put Whiteout back on the defensive pressure here. But Cynthia looking to bounce this one out again. Puts it in the corner. Flame there to recover, but the bumps and the demo's trying to come through. One just gonna put this one soft shot, and that one's gonna be saved away by Sprinkle.
Now another counterattack, and it seems like Whiteout's offense has started going a little bit, but still not quite dangerous enough here to really scare Distortion. However, it is still a tied game. Distortion, you also need to score. They've had opportunities, but nothing gone in the back of the net since that first goal. And that was a long time ago. At this point, that ball could have been absolutely devastating, but still a good shot coming out from TJ. Now, touch from Flame Shooter was really good as DMS gets a long clear. That shot getting saved away by TJ. Sprinkle pumps that one up high. He has an opponent on the backboard. Not for long. He gets a great demo, but DMS playing a little safe. He's been there, consistent, solid third man. Electing to not go for that one. That touch from Flame. He's going to try to have to follow it himself. Sprinkle dives in, looking for a pass backwards. DMS taking his time once again. Sorry about that. Flame able to get a long clear. Sprinkle getting a good 50 here. As Cynthia gets a long clear downfield. TJ is gonna get a good touch, but not past Flame Intruder. 16 seconds remaining here, and we don't have a decider quite yet. This one could be going to overtime. That's a long clear though, DMS. That safety net in the backfield for Distortion. Couple seconds remaining. Whiteout, if you want to score now, is the prime opportunity. No, it's going to go to overtime here in speed. This is Whiteout's best shot at winning a game here in this series.
It is, and especially if they can survive this kickoff. They've let off quite a few kickoff goals, and they're surviving it, and they're putting on a threat. One of their first threats right off of a kickoff, and there's been quite a few in this series so far. So that's a great sign with how they've been playing defensively. They're staying in this game, and the longer that Distortion allows them to stay in this game, as the squishy save from TJZ comes out, and the counterattack not gonna pay off, but TJZ is keeping Whiteout alive with that beautiful squishy save.
They said we're not going home just yet. DMS, though, not going to let them score that easily. Juan trying to put this ball back into play. Gets a little air dribble past one, but it's going to be Sprinkle. Popping that ball up high. Not a great touch, but TJZ doesn't just challenge. He kind of floats instead as now Flame Shooter tries to pass this one over to DMS. DMS not getting a good touch. Flame Shooter a little awkward. Has to pop that one up high. Trying to follow himself. And he's able to. As Sprinkle now with the ball gets a long clear, has a little bit of time, tries to get a cut, but doesn't get the boost. And Cynthia able to take full control now on the sidewall, looking to get past one. He gets past DMS, looking for a touch in the midfield. This could be a shot for TJZ. Not gonna go in. Why are you there for the shot? No, DMS able to put that one right in front of his net, but absolutely stuffed. Now Sprinkle, little bit of boost, little bit of time. Flame Intruder didn't expect it to get past everybody. DMS though, last man back. That safety net maybe overcommitted just a little. Sprinkle said no, thank you very much. I'll get this midfield. Somebody be there. Flame Intruder said, I got you now. A little bit late though. That ball bouncing low. Flame Intruder does not have the read. Cynthia, a little bit of time in the air. Gets a musty flick past one. Is that one in? It is! A great shot from half field. And Cynthia, the one they needed, able to come through and send us to game 5.
Yeah, what a beautiful shot from Cynthia in overtime to keep their season alive. And that's the man that we were talking about without, you know, Dissa being here, that he was the one that's going to need to step up. And he did there, keeping their season alive. Putting up 2 goals, 3 saves, 771 points in this game, and he did not want to go home, and he just showed it right there. Now, they build on this momentum. You still got to play one game at a time here, but, you know, again, you just proved that this number 1 seed, even though they've beaten you 3 straight games, some of them weren't the prettiest for you guys. they're beatable. And so, that's got to be good momentum for them heading into this game number 5.
Yeah, they are mortal. They do bleed. And that time, Cynthia was the one to crack their armor. Was a really nice shot. I mean, to be honest, I don't think Sprinkle expected a musty flick from half field that powerful. Off of that flip reset, it did not look like it had that much power, but I mean, great shot there from Cynthia. So now you got to think Distortion. You let up a game, whatever. Okay, whiteout. You got to think, man, we got one, guys. We got to get the next. You cannot get too focused on the fact that you're down 3-1. It's just one game at a time. Honestly, for both these teams, Distortion, you want to cut it off here. You want to forget about that last game. If you're whiteout, you got to think, hey, we just won this game. Who says we can't win the next one? As we're going to get straight into game number 5 here. This is where Speed, I expect to see Distortion kind of tighten things up, get that offense going a little bit stronger. We saw good opportunities. They just weren't able to finish. I want to see them finish those opportunities here in game number 5 and kind of reestablish themselves as that dominant team that we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, they have what it takes. We've seen it. They got away from it a little bit. I don't know if it was, a little bit of cocky, a little bit of thinking, complacency where, they beat them, pretty handily in the first 3 games that they could do it again. But this Whiteout team, they're strong, they're fighters, and, they got something to prove that even though you may be an 8 seed, and it's any given day in Rocket League that anyone can win is, that was just proven there. So I'm really looking to see Cynthia step up again big in this one. I'd really like to see either Juan or TJZ also to step up, give him a little bit of help, as Juan in that last game only had 98 scores. So would like to definitely see him be a little more active and make this an all-around team game for them.
Yeah, and another player I want to see get active is DMS. I mean, he's been great on the defensive end, but this man has great mechanics and great vision as well. He's able to pass to his teammates extremely well. I'd like to see him get a little bit more, accustomed to the offense. It feels like he's been kind of the odd man out. It's been Sprinkle and Flame just kind of going at him, but you're going to need a little bit more than that now. You've seen Whiteout is good enough to make you lose one game. Now, Distortion, you got to adjust. Looking for an adjustment here as Flame Shooter gets that ball cleared. Sprinkle now trying to keep that ball in play, but TJZ gonna have a long clear now. Flame Shooter looking for DMS. DMS gonna take the time. He always goes for the time play, and man, look at that control, getting it past 2. Sprinkle down for a shot. That one gonna get saved away by Juan as DMS no boost to work with. It's gonna leave that ball for Flame. Nobody saw that coming. Flame Shooter goes high, goes for the double touch. Not gonna go through as Cynthia was on that backboard already. A good 50 there. DMS already up in the air. That shot's gonna be on target. Juan able to make the save though, but a great shot as well. A great clear though from Cynthia. Sprinkle drops that one. Flame Shooter elects to leave it. Sprinkle down with a good 50, but a great touch from Juan is in that one. Not towards the midfield, but straight up. DMS, a little bit of time, and he loves to use it. That touch though, gonna go straight out to Sprinkle. Sprinkle shot high. DMS, can you put that one away? No, Cynthia, he was already there on top of it. Flame Shooter picks up the 100, but so does Cynthia. But Flame Shooter's touch gets it over 1. Now, Flame Shooter, a little bit of miscommunication, allows this Whiteout team to get back in time as DMS's shot was good, but not good enough. And once again, it's a low-scoring game. These are the kind of games I feel like Whiteout wants to play. They cannot be in a shootout against this team, but as long as they're within a goal, as long as they're tied even, they always have that shot. Now, Cynthia not gonna get a touch there, and this could be a costly mistake. TJZ rushing back, getting that touch to the corner as Juan puts that one back mid. Cynthia gets demoed, but does get the beat, and now Whiteout looking for a chance. Flame Shooter and Sprinkle, a little double commit, a good bump as well. This Whiteout team seems to be getting a little bit more aggressive. Flame Shooter trying to capitalize on that, only Cynthia back. Not a lot of boost. Sprinkle just took his boost, actually. Tries to get a flick over 1, not gonna happen. Sprinkle last man back, gets a pass 1. There's gonna be a pass mid, and this Whiteout team, they seem to be holding on, but the offense still not clicking. Still, it's 0-0 right now, Speed. Either team can win this game. Distortion, it's not looking great on the offensive end, but they have not been tested really on the defensive end either.
Yeah, and just Distortion hasn't looked too good offensively as Cynthia's trying to get this counterattack going, getting started. He's looking this one off of the backboard, but no one there to follow that one up. And yeah, Whiteout for sure, defensively looking great, offensively not looking so great, and kind of vice versa is the Distortion team. Their defense is, looking great as well, but again, not a lot of offense. We see their passing plays, they're still continuing to connect with them, but this Whiteout's defense has really stepped it up and has made a huge turnaround in this series for them. Whereas, Whiteout's offense still just slacking a little bit. They're looking for these passing plays and they're just not quite on the same page when it comes to them. As Cynthia can't get the squishy save, and Flame Intruder, 36 seconds to go, is going to put Distortion up and put them on match point.
What a great bump there by Sprinkle. He stopped Cynthia from being able to land on the ground and jump back up. He just parked his car right underneath him, and that was enough for Flame Intruder to get the game-leading goal. Now, can Distortion hold on? Another good bump coming out of Sprinkle. Sprinkle trying to do whatever he can on this offensive side of the ball. Flame Intruder, last man back, gets read by T-Jazz, but DMS already there for the long clear. Flame Intruder gonna take this one to the wall. She's gonna leave it as Cynthia's already there. And Cynthia with the ceiling pin shot, gonna tie up this game with 16 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Flame Intruder, not really sure what he was trying to do there, as, the ball was behind him, and he just hit it up the wall and left it, knowing that a teammate wasn't close enough, and Cynthia goes, I'll take that pass, and I'll see your defense pushed up a little too far, and I'm going to put this one on, and he's able to sneak that one in just in time, 16 seconds ago. This one might be heading to overtime again, and we saw what happened in game number 4 when they went to overtime, is Whiteout picked up that momentum, and they were able to take a win. Are they going to be able to take a second one here? It looks like the last attempt here coming from Distortion, and they're not going to connect on that beautiful pass attempt.
Would have been beautiful to send us out for the 0-second goal, but it could be a kickoff goal off kickoff. In overtime, not gonna happen there. T-Jazz trying to put that one away. Flame Intruder gets a great 50 though. Sprinkle racing to that ball, gets a nice 50 onto Juan. Juan's touched over Flame Intruder, but DMS is already there. Doesn't pick up the 100 boost, instead sees Sprinkle downfield. DMS says, thank you very much, I'll take that one to the corner. Gets a pass over to Flame Intruder. Flame Intruder with the flip reset on the shots, but it's just a floater into the net. And that is how Whiteout gets eliminated from Season 11 playoffs, and Distortion moves on to the semifinals.
Yeah, and again, kind of boiled down to how the beginning of the series is low boost for Whiteout. Juan not having a lot of boost, kind of in an awkward position, and unfortunately for him, backflips on a soft floater there from Flame. And Distortion, #1 seed for a reason. They really proved it, they showed it, and they're definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with here for the rest of the rival playoffs.
Oh yeah, but that is not the end of the rival playoffs here we have for you guys today. Next up, actually, we're gonna have a really good game for two other really good rival teams that I'm actually really excited to watch. Hydra, who have been maybe even hotter than Distortion. I'm pretty sure, I'm not sure how the matchup went. I think Distortion did beat Hydra in the regular season, but Hydra started out like 0-6. Or like 2-4 or something like that, and they made a huge roster change and were able to bring it all back. And now they are the 2 seed. So Hydra gonna be a really tough team to beat. And Vortex, who had a really good start, lost LK, their GM, their best player, kind of an uphill battle for them. But this Vortex team still did make it through play-in, so they are still a really good team. So who's gonna come out on top? I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see. But this rival league, it's going to be an interesting watch no matter who's playing. So I can't wait to get the second game underway here, Speed.
Yeah, I can't wait either. I'll be back in the booth for that one, Flip. We are going to take a short little break while we get everything set up for that second match. So don't go anywhere, and let's get ready for, a second quarterfinal match here in the rival league. Welcome back to the Nemesis Gaming League. We have game number 2 for the night, where we're staying in the rival league. We got Vortex taking on the number 2 seeded Hydra. Speed Demon back in the booth. Got Mallow here with me for this one. Mallow, how are you doing tonight? Yeah, taking a look at these rosters, starting with Hydra, the 2 seed. Top to bottom on the MMR on the sheets is Landon, Sanzo, Cottony, and hey, it's the Twiggy. Everyone knows Sanzo and Cottony. Sanzo, I believe, is like the number 1 player rating player in Rival this season. Someone to definitely look out for. And Cottony, is always, again, one of those longtime Nemesis members, always finds a way in the playoffs, always, someone to look out for. And then on the other side, you got Vortex with Rick, I Am, DJ, Stellar, who was a part of my Kings early on in the season. We traded him away over to Vortex, and Gilly, which is also a really good lineup. They were able to, make it into that 7-8 matchup. They took down that whiteout team that we just saw in game 4. So if that tells you anything with how good of Whiteout's defense is, that this team can take them down just like Distortion did, this should be a really good matchup between the 2 seed and the 7 seed.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And I realized I was muted there. Apparently, my audio changed on me. Didn't realize that. Thank you for letting me know. Dr. Shadow let me know that's who I was thinking, by the way, not you. I wasn't being sarcastic to you, but still waiting for most of the players to get into the lobby here, Speed, and yeah, Sanzo, who's one of the best players in Rival, being that I think he has the same player rating as one other person in Rival. So there's definitely a lot of talent in this, and I I fully expect it to be a longer series than what we just saw. But you never know when you get two good teams like this. It could be back and forth, and the scoreboard, only down by one the majority of the time, or OTs, and they just happen to go one way for a team the entire time, and it could look like or it'll be a sweep, but it's actually been a very very close series. So we'll see what happens there. See if we can get the rest of these players in the lobby.
Yeah, while we work on getting the rest of those players in the lobby, it's one thing to notice that I've, really liked about this postseason so far through the play-in tournament, that we saw, we had 9 games for the play-in tournament so far, and with that first quarterfinal game, that's one of only like 3 really, lopsided series that we've seen. A lot of them have gone game 5 or 4, but they've been really, really exciting, really, really close matchups where, most of the games in that series have been decided by a goal. With a lot of those games going into overtime, there's been a lot of overtime games so far this postseason, which is always really exciting. It makes it so much more intense as a player, as a spectator, as a caster. It just makes it for, a really, really fun time. So, I'm really expecting that here. I'm expecting a lot of close 1-goal games, a lot of overtime games, and I could really see this series, even though it's the 2-7 matchup. I'm really expecting this one to go probably 7 in the favor of Hydra is my personal prediction, Mallow. I don't know who you're taking in this one, but I think I'll take Hydra, the 2 seed, but I think it'll be a close one in 7.
Yeah, I think I got Hydra also. I'm not sure what the game count will be here, but I would love to see a game 7 though. So I honestly might say Hydra in 6.
And that's very respectable. They are the 2 seed. There is a little bit of a difference between the records. Hydra getting that earn that spot as the 2 seed to get one of the teams having to fight their way through the play-ins. So typically you see stuff like that, and typically you'll see these series be a little lopsided. But this Vortex roster is no slouch. So 6 is still set for a great series as we're starting to get some of the players in here. It looks like we got some of Vortex players in here. We got Sanzo from Hydra. So we're just trying to wait out. We got Cottony, Twiggy.
Yeah, I think they all just joined in. So
We got 8 in the lobby with you and me. So for the 2 casters, yep, DJ's in there. So it looks like we got everyone in the lobby here, Mallow. Your predictions, Hydra in 6. I got Hydra in 7. Everyone's in the lobby. I think we are time to get this thing up and running.
yeah. Just make sure everyone's good to go first, and then we'll get this started. There we go. Yeah.
All right, there we go. They're ready. They're jumping in. They're excited. We got Hydra, number 2 seed, taking on Vortex, number 7 seed, in the quarterfinals. As we are underway, kickoff about to happen. DJ, Sanzo, in favor of Twiggy. Twiggy just gonna stick this one wide. Unfortunate, Cottony coming in. Drops this one down middle, but Sanzo had to retreat. 2 up here. He's gonna get this one off to the side. Over to Cottony. Cottony keeps that one alive. Unable to follow. Stellar looking for the pass middle, but Sanzo's gonna clear this one away. DJ collecting, pops it up to the side, putting this one middle. Twiggy clears this one on a gay to the sidewall, but Rick on the backboard gets it past one, and Sanzo's there again for another clear. Hydra, Cottony putting this one down and on target, and they're gonna take the early 1-0 lead, Mallow.
Oh yeah, that was a great pass there by Sanzo. Cottony able to send it down the field, and DJ just barely out of reach of that one, getting it by that last defender there, and Hydra scoring early.
Yeah, and it's super important, you know, to be able to keep that pressure. They kept the pressure, but when keeping a lot of pressure like that and keeping a team in their defensive end, it can be hard sometimes with your rotations, as Cottney looking for the bump so Sanzo can get a free net, but unable to get that bump off. Twiggy 50s this one middle, still giving a little trouble for DJ, but DJ is going to body two right over to Sanzo. Sanzo, Cottney, double commit, but Cottney is going to take this one to the air. Gonna look to bring it down to the ground, but right over to Twiggy is Twiggy who puts this one on net, and Cottney just gonna secure that goal and is gonna tap that one in.
Yeah, the demos are coming hard and fast here. They're flying around. This Hydra team, they are showing that they're ready to give no mercy, and that's exactly what they're doing here. 2-0 early, and we're seeing participation from everyone on that team.
Yeah, participation, everyone getting involved early here, and again, you're really looking for this Vortex team to, you know, try to get something going. They've had some pressure, but they're getting countered on quite easily. So Stellar gonna look to get something going, but Twiggy's gonna 50 this one up in the air, right down to Sanzo. Sanzo's gonna clear it into the corner, trying to get this one middle, but big clear by DJ, right to Cottney in the middle. Can't quite control it, but he gets a good 50. Trying to get another 50, sends it back to Sanzo. Sanzo a little bit awkward, gonna leave it for Twiggy. Stellar up, looking for the pinch middle, gets one, looking for another touch, gets it past Cottney, net's there, Rick off the crossbar, but Stellar's gonna try to turn this one in, and he does, and he's gonna bring this back to a 1-goal game.
Rick is thanking Stellar right now because that was a wide open net, but hey, Speed, I'm very guilty of missing those wide open nets. I think a lot of us are, so it's totally understandable, but you know, you're in rivals, sometimes that may be your only chance to get a goal in, and luckily Stellar was there to clean that up, and now Hydra's lead is cut in half.
Yeah, that's huge for Stellar. Great awareness, goes and steals the opponent's boost, able to turn on a dime and sneak that one in as Cottney was threatening to come back for the save. And that's definitely a huge start for Vortex to get back into this one, bring the lead in a little closer. Sanzo looking for the bump on the third, unable to get it. Stellar's gonna pop it over one, has one man back, pops it over another, leaves it for Rick. Rick with another wide open goal, and this time he's gonna sink this one in and tie this game off.
What ball control there by Stellar through that entire process, getting it around two defenders there at the end and the demo on the second. And Rick is like, thank you very much, I'll ensure that this ball goes in, and now we have a tie ball game, and we still got over half of this game to play, Steve.
Yeah, we're just now halfway through. It's 2-2, 2:30 left, as Sanzo is going to take this one to the wall. Trying to pop this one middle, comes off the wall just a little too much for his liking. Stellar low boost, just going to fake the air dribble, keeps it low, stays on the ball, but no, this one's going to get sent out as Twiggy's able to chase this one down. Going to take it slow, trying to pass it back out to one of his teammates, but DJ makes that read, cuts it off. Rick with the dunk, floating down in front of the net. Waterfall, that's scary. Cottney a little awkward off the back wall, but he's able to do it. Gets another touch, tries to get over another, leaves it for Sanzo, who 50 it. Cottney again, gonna try to take control, leaves it for Stellar. He's gonna send this one down, looking for the 50. No, he's gonna look for the shot, and that one just goes wide and high. As ball's gonna be out in the corner. Sanzo looking for it, leaves it for Cottney after the 50. Cottney gets demoed. Bump comes out there by Sanzo, leaves it for Twiggy. This one's gonna bounce up in the middle. Cottney's gonna be the first one to this one. Gets the reset, but not very helpful as he's gonna put it awkwardly back post. Rick's gonna send this one middle. Twiggy gets the 50. He's gonna take it slow, gets it past Stellar, gets a good 50 down the field, and now they have a 2v1 advantage here, Mal, as they're gonna put this one on off the side post, and that's gonna be super unfortunate here for Hydra Mallow, as you know they were looking to take the lead again with just over a minute to go.
Yeah, that's super unfortunate there, and you know I mentioned on the previous potential miss by Rick. Now Hydra is getting that same effect there, hitting the corner of the post, but it's dangerously in front of the net, and Sanso able to get that ball in around the defenders, and that ball, whew, I'm shocked that happened there. But you know, just when you flail around the net like that, you know, things like that will happen, and you know, unfortunately for Vortex, that did happen. So if they can respond here, speed real quickly, then they can kind of say, okay, shake it off.
That's not gonna happen as the ball bounces out middle to Asanzo with plenty of boost, and he's gonna take this one, power shot this one into an empty net as Rick's going to get back boost, and he just puts it out of the reach of Stellar, and now they're up 2-0, 4-2, excuse me, 2-0, 2-goal lead with 45 seconds to go as the number 2 seed. Kickoff underway. Cotney gets the dunk, gets the read. He's gonna try to 50 this one. Rick's gonna take it up to the air, gets it past 2, unable to beat the third man. Stiller's gonna look for one more. Sanzo sends it to the corner. This one's back middle. Twiggy trying to get a pass down to Cotney, but Cotney's nowhere to be found. All the way back in his end, playing solid defense. Gonna look for a 50 here in the corner as they're both low on boost. Him and Stellar send it all the way across. No one there for Vortex as Sanzo's gonna have plenty of time and full boost. Gets it over 2. Can't get the pass middle, but that one's gonna get sent out to Twiggy as that one hits ceiling right down to DJ. And this is all but over here for game number 1, Mal, as Hydra is gonna take a 1-0 series lead here. Once this ball hits the ground, it's just all but a formality now.
Yeah, Hydra showing why they're the number 2 seed here. Sanzo, Cotney, Twiggy, all part of the participation there. No one really, just out showing or just being the outlier here, the true MVP. Everyone was getting their shots in, if you will, and if you're Vortex, you have to think about your defensive positioning here and your defensive touches, because I think that's really what hurt them a lot during that game 1 there.
Yeah, their offense looked great. That turning point in that series was that small defensive mishap, poor communication, probably a little bit of panic as that ball was waterfalling down, and just kind of unfortunate. One player went to go for the ball, the other one comes diving through. Player makes the save, starts to clear it out, but it hits off of the other defender and it goes right into the net, giving Hydra that lead, which then in return gave them a little momentum and kind of put Vortex on the back foot. So if Vortex can just lock up, play a little more solid, less panicky on the defensive end, that game could have easily gone the other way. So I'm really excited to see how they make some changes and how they can possibly turn this series around. It's only one game, but I can definitely see them turning the tables and taking this game number 2.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And one of the biggest things too is going to be the demos and bumps. If they can maybe incorporate that maybe a little bit, and especially watching it out on defense, because that's how Hydra got their early lead there. But right now, a little bit bumping together here by DJ and I think that was Rick. So not a good look there as they basically give the ball away due to that little bump by the teammates on Vortex side.
Yeah, and that's just super unfortunate. DJ thought Rick was going to take it, but Rick wanted DJ to continue to take it because he had no boost. So that's where, you can see happens on the defensive end for them. The communication quite isn't there. They need to, tighten that up a little bit, but good 50 is going to come out. Stiller's on the other side, low boost. He's going to put this one just off the side post, and this one's going to come out. Connie has to make another save from Rick, and now Twiggy's going to send this one off to the side. They're not quite out of the blue yet as Cotney's low boost, but he does get a great clear here. But Stiller, big body 50 in the middle, puts that one down on target, but that's collected by Twiggy. Cotney looking to beat one, gets 50 straight up. Twiggy low boost, just trying to make contact here. Sanzo able to follow this one up. He's gonna put this one down. Stiller's there, sends it to the corner. Gives Rick plenty of time to collect it. Gets the good 50, DJ's downfield, Stiller's downfield. A little bit of a double commit. Again, coming out from this Vortex team, they're getting great looks, but if they can just stop doubling and work together, that probably would have been a goal if one went for the ball and then the follow-up touch. But here we are, still scoreless, 2 minutes in. Kind of, having all the pressure here on Hydra. Hydra's had one good, really offensive attack here, but other than that, it's been Vortex as Stellar's going to put this one down from the beautiful back clear off of the backboard from DJ, and they're going to go up early in this one.
What a beautiful Bardowski shot there by Stellar. It was a stellar shot, if you will. And DJ's clear obviously set that up. That was a beautiful clear by DJ, and this Vortex team is early. Well, I guess technically not early at this point because we're about halfway now. But getting the first goal here in this game too.
Yeah, that's huge. Being down 1-0 in the series already, to get the first goal, put the pressure on Hydra. Cotney gets the flipper set, trying to pass the middle, but Sanzo's not there. Stellar's going to be there again, puts it down on target, and DJ looking for that bump, and it's going to work. He doesn't quite get the bump, but he puts the pressure on Sanzo, so he isn't able to make that clear. And now they have a 2-0 lead now.
Yeah, Sanzo looked like he was up just a little bit too far right there, and as third man, and Vortex caught him out of position, able to send that ball past him. Now they get the early 2-0 lead, and here in this game too, Vortex is, I won't say sitting comfortably, but they're pretty happy with where they're at.
Yeah, they're definitely happy. Their defense is looking great this game. Their offense is looking great. You know, it was a close game number one, other than, you know, a couple mishaps on their defensive end. And now they're looking to attack again. DJ sends this was down in the corner. Twiggy's going to get the pass over to the sidewall to Cotney. Cotney's got plenty of boost to work with. 50's one, Twiggy 50's the other, but Sanzo's not in a spot to be able to corral that one. DJ trying to get it past one, but Sanzo with a great 50, making it's awkward for Stellar. Cotney comes in, gets 50'd out, and now we see a 3v1 attack here coming out from Vortex. Stellar with the air dribble, trying to get the air dribble 50, and that one's going to get cleared away as Cotney sends this one down, but right to Rick. Rick's going to put a banger on, and now they're up 3-0, and they're feeling really good about themselves.
I guess they. I'm not sure what happened there. I think they kind of started going out of the goal there for a second, and maybe going for boost or something, and that ball just went straight to a Vortex car, and they were able to just send that one in, sneak it in. Sanzo unable to jump up in time, and now I would say that the Vortex team is sitting comfortably with this lead. With this little time left, a minute and 28, 27, something like that. Yeah, I would say that they're very happy with where they're at in this game too.
Yes, the Stellar looking to make another one happen, but doesn't have the boost to be able to follow it. This one's going to clear it out. Cotney tries to 50 it. Straight back to Twiggy. Cotney gets that touch middle, but again, Sanzo's not there. They're playing a little conservative on the third man side of things, which is okay to see sometimes, but when you're down 3 goals and you really need a goal, you really got to, at this point, say, hey, we can't win if we can't score, so they got to start trying to, you know, get up in the offensive third. Stiller's making this one hard. In the corner, Sanzo gets the clear, gets it around 2. Trying to get it past the last defender and not able to, as this one's going to get 50'd out all the way across the other side. Sanzo, Cotney. Getting a touch. Oh, this one's going to be trouble. Rick's there, though. He's able to collect it. No boost. Cotney trying to 50 him over in the corner. This one's straight up. Stellar with the clear. Rick's downfield trying to get this past middle or put it on target. Cotney having to race back. No boost. It's going to bring this one down for Sanzo. Sanzo's going to clear this off the sidewall. Back into the corner. But Stellar, again, there to collect it. Now, there's 10 seconds left, Mal. And this is all but over. Just got to let the time run down. And we're going to be all tied up at 1 here after game number 2.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if there's a card change going on or something. I can't see the chat, so not sure what's going on Hydra's side. But yeah, the let's see here. Yeah, looking at this, 10 shots by Vortex to the 4 of Hydra, and their offense came alive that time.
Yeah, Stellar, 2 goals, a save, 7 shots. Stellar himself personally outshot the whole Hydra team as, you know, he really wanted to bring this one back. Stellar, a great player. You know, sad to see him go. It didn't quite work out with my Kings roster. So, you know, we did make a change, and, you know, it's working out in his favor as he is here. He's up against the number 2 seed in the quarterfinals, and he is making a name for himself as, you know, he was able to get this one tied back up. Looks like Twiggy's back. It looks like it was just a quick card change. So, you know, we are tied up 1-1 here, heading into game number 3.
Yeah, and Hydra definitely needs to pick up the aggressiveness again, like they had that game one. It seems like they got picked up on uh, with the aggressiveness by the Vortex team, but they didn't adjust anything after that to keep it up, keep up those demos and such that they were doing so well on in game one. And right now, they're here in game three in the early stages, and they're facing big time pressure again from the Vortex offense.
Instantly off of the kickoff to open this game. Huge pressure coming up from Vortex as this one's going to be cleared down from DJ. Over to Rick. Rick gets the boost. Looking to get this one middle, coming down off the ceiling. Stellar commits with him. Now there's going to be awkward situation here as Sanzo goes for the bump, but smart play by DJ to challenge that sooner than later instead of waiting for that bump to come towards him. So this one gets sent off the backboard. Sanzo there to collect. 50'd out by Stellar. DJ there to try to send it down, trying to get the 50. Stellar underneath, low boost, trying to take control, gets a good 50 towards the net. This one 50'd out by Sanzo. Sanzo kind of try to get this one down the field. Low boost does, but Courtney's there, low boost, unable to get anything going further. Gonna take a little bit of time here. Twiggy sends this one off the backboard. Awkward for Stellar. Sanzo a little too close, expecting someone to get that touch, but unable to, as this shot's gonna come out by Courtney, and that one goes off the crossbar as well. And we've seen a lot of shots come out here from Hydra that are just going off the side post and right back out. And this series could be a different direction right now if they were just able to put their shots on target a little bit more here, Mello.
Yeah, and it's not really just Hydra. Vortex has done it too, but we've definitely seen it a little bit more out of Hydra here. But when you are going that fast, when you're doing that type of speed, there's potentially bigger room for mistakes, and I think that's where we're seeing it from with them is their shooting accuracy.
Yeah, you're playing so fast. You're trying to play fast. You're trying to keep the pressure. Not all the time are you able to pinpoint exactly where you're trying to aim, as this one's just kind of sitting in the middle, waiting for someone to attack. DJ finally does and throws this one down on net. Falls it through, gets it past middle, but Courtney, full boost, sends this one out. Stellar keeps it in the offensive half. The Twiggy's going to send it down. Rick, low boost, backward, awkward, getting bumped in his own half. He does collect his boost. Twiggy creating havoc in the corner, but Rick comes away with it and gets a great 50, but this one is going to be wide, so we're going to have Sanzo collect it. He's going to send it off to the side, but DJ's there. Looking back middle. Stellar's there, gets the touch, puts it on to a net with a man in it, but no boost and not able to react soon enough to be able to make that save.
Yeah, it was a good pass there by DJ over to Stellar, and Twiggy trying to get back to the I can't even think where I was going with that, but yeah, Stellar getting that pass. Twiggy wasn't able to get back into position because of not having any boost. He was probably going around trying to collect it and wasn't able to fast enough, and was able to get scored on due to that.
Yeah, and that's Hydra, the number 2 seed, coming in, didn't play in a play-in game as this Vortex team did. So we're definitely seeing a little bit of momentum coming out from them. They're looking great. Their passing plays are on point. They're getting pressure. They're getting demos as one comes out there from Rick. Stellar looking for the back pass in the mid towards DJ, but DJ gets out 50'd. Rick's going to collect this one in his back half. Sends it down, beats another. He's looking for the air dribble bump, but Stellar doesn't have enough boost to be able to get it. Courtney's going to try to send this one down. Gets 50, but Twiggy's still there to collect it. Throws one on. Stellar gets the save, gets this clear. Another demo comes out from DJ, making it awkward on the back half for Hydra, as they're now down to a minute left, Mallow. And what do you need to see from Hydra in the last minute to see them tie this one up and potentially send this one to overtime?
Well, the aggression is still there. They're just getting beat to the ball quite a bit, and I would say the biggest thing that they need to do is ensure that their shots on goal are a little more accurate, and I think that's going to be the biggest thing, because defense in Rocket League doesn't win games alone. You got to have some offense, and you got to have offense that can score. So we'll see what they do here with the last 30 seconds. But it's been tough for them so far in this game 3.
Yeah, it really has. They're down to 18 seconds now, still in their defensive halves. This one does get cleared out. Cottoney's got full boost to work with. He's going to send it up off the backboard, looking for the double touch pack middle. Twiggy low boost, just going to keep this one. Cottony trying to 50 that one out as this one gets sent down, and they're going to have 3 seconds left. They're going to have to keep this one up, and there it is, up off the backboard. DJ gets a great save and a pinch out, and this one is going to drop down, and Vortex is going to take the 2-1 lead into this series. They take game number 3, and the momentum has now shifted from being down 1 game in the series to now they're up 1 game in the series.
Yeah, and I know they were trying to get the server switch here, but you know during the middle of all that, I can't really go through all that during the middle of it. You know, both teams have to agree to East because we are central as far as the servers this season. It was changed from East prior to help with West Coast, but let's see. I'm trying to say we're going to 4. Yeah, I can't. Yep. I can't see what they're saying. So
I can't see anything right now either. I was gonna try to type and say Hydra would have to agree to be able. Vortex would have to be able to agree to switch to servers. So, but I can't type currently, so can't let them know that. We'll have to wait until this lobby does reset, and no, I'll send that courtesy message for you real quick while you get everything else set up as you're streaming tonight.
Yeah.
Let me get that typed up for you. Looks like they're just gonna join up.
Yeah, I guess they're gonna roll with it for now.
They're gonna roll with it. But we are game number 4 here. Vortex, the 7 seed, up 2-1 in this series against the number 2 seed. Kickoff underway. Cottony collects this one. Low boost, gets the flick over Stellar, and that's exactly what you want to see if you're a Hydra. Go down 1-0 in the 2-1 in the series and start off game number 4 with a bang.
Yep. And Cottony able to get an early goal there, 1-0. And this Hydra team, I knew this series was going to be a tough series. It's going to be close, and we've seen that so far here. Speed. The biggest surprise for me, to be honest, has been how well Vortex responded after that game 1 loss.
Yeah, they responded really well as they just almost responded really well to letting up a goal early on, and they are responding as Stellar missed his opportunity, didn't quite have the boost to be able to reach to it, but they kept the pressure on, and DJ is going to tie this game up 30 seconds in.
Yeah, that's a big statement right there, scoring that quickly after getting scored on. And if I'm not mistaken, I don't think Hydra scored last game, right? So, allowing them to score and then immediately answering back here after not allowing them to score the second game is huge.
Yeah, and a beautiful save comes out there from Hydra to keep this game knotted up at 1. Rick, beautiful touch to himself on the sidewall, looking for that ground pitch, doesn't get it, so he decides to go for the bump. Cottony outsmarts him, dodges it, gets around it. Stellar 50s it. That one's gonna go back middle to Twiggy as an awkward save comes out from DJ, but Stellar's there to save that one away to the corner. As Rick's gonna clear this one out and relieve a little bit of pressure, but Sanzo's gonna send it right back down in. Not a lot of boost to follow. Doesn't get that touch. Cottony gonna put this one down and on, but Stellar again there to make the clear, but right to Twiggy as Twiggy looks for the double tap, and that one's gonna get cleared away by DJ as we're seeing both teams, start to really heat up. Great defensive plays, great offensive plays coming out from both teams now as Sanzo sends this one back to Twiggy. Twiggy gets 50. Sanzo back to the middle, back to Twiggy. Twiggy unable to get touch. Sanzo's there. Gonna send it across the middle, steal their back boost as a long shot's gonna come out, and Cottony has to race back and make a beautiful save. So now Rick's gonna take it slow. Had no one back behind him. Gets 50'd out. Ball's floating around in the midfield. Gets sent down to Cottony with no boost. Sends this one middle. Stellar easily able to make a touch there to himself. But again, Hydra putting on the pressure, keeping the pressure with 50s. As DJ is going to send this one out, but again, right to a Hydra player. Now, Vortex looking great on the defensive end, but they're not really able to get a lot of great clears right now, Mal.
Yeah, they really aren't, and it's looking at this though, it's I don't know. I'm trying to come up with the words here because this Vortex team has been really good so far in this series, and Hydra looking a little bit more like they did in Game 1, but not as much as they did. But being tied at 1 here with about 2 minutes remaining, with a potential shot here coming up with Vortex, Senzo able to send that one out. Now an opposite thing here occurring, potential, it was a 2v2, and yeah, Speed, the game being tied here, I think whoever scores next is probably going to win this game because, and of course, you know, if it goes to overtime, then of course that'll be the case, right? But if it's during regulation here, with the way this game has been going, it's been such a low-scoring game, and Game 2 was the same way.
Yeah, it was low-scoring games, great offensive plays, great defensive plays. As a shot's going to come out from Sanzo, that was passed down by Cottony, great clear. And, you know, Sanzo able to read Rick's save attempt, wasn't able to get a great clear as Sanzo reads that one, puts it in, gives them the 2-1 lead as Hydra is back on track to try to tie this series up with 1:25 to go. Kickoff underway. Cottony, Sanzo. As Twiggy's going to come and collect this one. Not a lot of boost. Able to get one more follow-up. 50's it up middle. He's looking to go for it, but Cottony's coming in for the double commit. He's going to steal their boost. Look for another pass middle. Opts for the reset pass attempt instead of just trying to pass it down middle as Rick comes and take this one right off of DJ's head, and he's going to hit crossbar. It goes down, but it does not go down and in as Hydra's going to clear this one away, give them a little breathing room. Rick looking for the pass over to Stellar. Stellar puts it on, but Cottony's there to make the save. Cottony 50s it out. Low boost, just trying to put it downfield, give them a little more breathing room. Passes it up to Twiggy. Twiggy puts a shot on, and Sanzo not able to follow up that rebound. This one's floating down in the midfield. Twiggy gets a beat. Down to Sanzo in the corner. Sanzo gets a soft touch to the middle. Cottony not there. Stellar going to take this one back around. Rick clears it out. We have 20 seconds left. Hydra's still up 1. But here, they are looking to threaten is Vortex. Great pass out to Stellar. Stellar looking for the solo play. Over 1, he gets it, and he's going to tie this one up with 12 seconds to go.
That ball control there by Stellar was phenomenal. I know I could have used another word there for a pun, but Cottony just ever so close to that ball there as the last man wasn't able to get to that and challenge Stellar, and Stellar was able to get it by. Now, tied up 2-2, and we may be going to OT.
Got 2 seconds left. Ball sent over to the corner. Are they going to elect to keep it up? Rick tries to, throws it down on target, but run out of time as we are going to head to overtime. On this kickoff, we got Stellar. Sanzo gets a double 50 here. Cottony unable to get that read. Rick's up. Twiggy gets the beat. Down to Stellar, who collects it. Opts to dribble, but he's just going to get bumped off. Send it down to Cottony, who's going to bang it down the field. Looks for the dunk. Does get it over to Sanzo in the corner. Sanzo looking to go quick, looking to go fast. Tries to get the flip reset. Unable to. As DJ is going to send this down, but low on boost. Over the corner, Sanzo gets a touch. Twiggy there to follow it through. Attacking, tries to get the pass middle, but gets 50'd out by Rick. Sanzo keeping it in, sends it down to DJ, who's going to clear this one out and give the Vortex a little bit of breathing room as he's going to follow this one down. Look for the pass middle. Twiggy gets it over 1. Ball right to Stellar. Stellar there. Cottony tries to throw one on from far, but that one gets snuffed out by Rick. As now they're looking to attack here. Rick sends it up. DJ full boost. Gets the touch over 1. Down to Sanzo. To Stellar. Cottony in the corner. Looking a little awkward. Gets bumped out. Sanzo there to save him. Gets the clear down. Unable to find Cottony on that deep pass. Twiggy in the middle. Gonna elect to try to take it slow, but misreads the catch. But Cottony saves him. 50's that there in the middle. As this one's going to get cleared over to the sidewall to DJ, who's going to take it up and look for a solo play here. Rick try to get the bump on Sanzo, who's sitting on the back wall. Almost got him, but it's going to allow Twiggy to get this full boost. He's going to flick it down to the middle of the field. Cottony tries to get to 50. Sanzo there, keeping the pressure on. DJ clear out, but right down to Twiggy in the middle field, who doesn't get the greatest touch to Cottony, who sends this one down and on, and Cottony gets the rebound, and he's going to put it away, and he's going to tie this one up for Hydra. The series is going to be tied 2-2 heading into game number 5.
Oh, man. This series is exactly what I have expected of it. Back and forth here. And this Hydra team finally able to correct the issues they were having there. And we're looking at this game 5 speed. What does Vortex need to do to answer back?
You know, Vortex, I don't really know if there's anything that they need to do. Both of these teams are now firing on all cylinders. They both have great team plays, both going for the solo plays when needed, when asked for, mixing things up. The defenses are looking great. And, you know, what can you say on that last play for Cottony, right? Cottony gets a great 50. He gets the great, able to get his own rebound and is able to just to sneak it in. So, you know, I don't really know if there's anything that Vortex needs to change other than get better luck on the 50s. Like, that's what that game came down to right there, was just unfortunate 50, and Cottony was able to, you know, re-corral that one.
Yeah, the 50s, they're definitely not working in your favor, can hurt, and it can make a game. My goodness, my stuff over here is going crazy. But at any rate, going here into this game 5, and maybe we'll see the tides turning for Vortex when it comes to those 50s this time. 50 is definitely a big part of a gameplay that could make or break you. So will Vortex be able to answer back here, win this game 5, and be up in the series, as they are starting here early with the goal speed by Rick?
Yes, they do. Beautiful pass here from Stellar to DJ, who just misses a double tap, but Rick coming in from third man, out 50s the Hydra whole team there, and a slow bounce shot, gonna give them that early 1-0 lead, and that's exactly how you want to respond if you're Vortex. You know, series is tied, so you just lost the previous game, but this series has gone back and forth, and I'm really excited to see how the rest of this one's gonna go, as Sanzo dribbles this one down to the corner, gets bumped off. Rick and Cottony. Cottony tries to get this one flip middle, but he's going to get out 50. Sanzo's up, gets one touch. Channel Wood for the double tap. Is he able to follow this up one more time? He is. Gets to 50, sends it down into the corner. Cottony's there to follow. Going to decide to play Stellar's touch. Going for the air dribble. Gets it past one. DJ's there, though. Full boost, and he's going to corral this one and bring it to the corner. Sanzo, though, 50s him off the ceiling. Rick's there. Awkward rebound for Twiggy's, though, and Twiggy is going to put this one in, and now Hydra responds right back, not even 30 seconds later, and ties it up.
Yeah, that was a quick answer there by Hydra, and beautiful setup there by that Hydra team, getting that goal, tying it up, and that is one thing that we have seen in this game on both sides, Speed, is that everyone is doing a part. There's no one that's like standing out too much every single time, and that's what you love to see in Rocket League.
Yeah, as Hydra with the beautiful opportunity for the counter, Cottony goes for the double tap, just misses it, and then Twiggy went for the double tap and was unable to get it, and now gets cleared back out. Vortex had a quick opportunity here. DJ with a great 50 off the back wall. No one quite back for Hydra, and Sanzo is just going to have to doink this one back off of his sidewall. Rick sends it high off the back wall, but Sanzo low on boost gets the great clear. Twiggy 50s this one over to Rick in the midfield. Rick decides to take it low under Cottony, takes it low under Sanzo, and is going to give Vortex the lead. And I've seen LK in chat, Mallow, and he is definitely sweating through this series.
Man, that was beautiful placement there by Rick on that play there. just going high, then taking it low, then sending it to the corner at the same time. Just beautiful placement. And if there's anyone that has been doing a lot of offensive, oh my. Speaking of offense,
from Twiggy.
speaking of offense, right?
Wow, no boost. Twiggy challenging this one just to keep the pressure alive and is able to find this miraculous angle and is going to tie this one back up. And this is how you know you have some really good teams, Mallow, is when the teams are able to rebound and bounce back and, you know, instantly just take back a goal that was just scored on them and, you know, tie the game right back up again.
Oh yeah, mental is a big thing in Rocket League, and if you don't let, you know, bad games get to you, that's gonna make you a big time commodity. And this lobby here, everyone in this game here, is exactly that. They are all doing really well with their mentals and keeping them in check to make sure that it doesn't, you know, let them get away or sorry, get into their head. So will we see another goal here shortly? I don't know, but 2-2 with 155 remaining.
Yeah, 155 remaining. The way this series is going, I expect at least probably 2 more goals to come out in this one as Connie tries to get this one down, but instead sends it across. Twiggy keeps the pressure in, sends it down to Sanzo, who doesn't have a lot of boost, just going for the 50. DJ, big clear, but Connie's up, makes a touch to Senzo. Senzo's gonna send it down to the deep left corner. Rick's there to collect. 50'd by Cotney. A little awkward here by Hydra. Double commit coming up by Vortex. Rick turning on the wall, 0 boost. He's gonna get 50'd out by Cotney. This one's just sent to the sidewall. Cotney trying to do whatever he can. He did get that mid boost, but he was unable to make anything come from that as this ball is going to get sent all the way to the other side, and DJ is going to collect his back boost. Send this one to middle to Stellar. Stellar, just enough boost to get off of that. DJ missing the demo on the third man, but Rick's still there, gets the 50, and Cotney coming out with a beautiful save at the 1 minute mark to keep this game tied 2-2.
Oh man, what a save there. What a sequence. Cotney getting 2 saves essentially, but Twiggy ready for that little dunk there by Sanzo, and then Cotney up in the air, passing it off the backboard. Twiggy getting that goal, and is that his second goal? I don't recall.
Yeah, I believe that is his second goal of this game as they are going to take the lead. 40 seconds to go here, Mallow. Cotney trying to keep this one on. Beats 2. Not a lot of boost to work with, though, as he's going to 50 Stellar. And correction, that was Twiggy's third goal of this game. So Twiggy putting Hydra on his back in game number 5. Trying to put them on match point. They are currently up 1. As DJ sends it to the corner to Rick. Rick tries to put it off on net, but just high off the backboard. Rick with the 50. Stellar trying to get that 50 there from Sanzo, who had no boost, and he's able to send that one just across as Hydra's going to try to clear this one out, but Rick keeps it in. As the final seconds dwindle down, and somehow Rick shot. I don't know if that hit ceiling, if they were expecting it. I don't know. We're going to have to watch this replay. Does it hit ceiling?
Yeah, it does.
It does slightly hit ceiling, and I don't think they were expecting it to hit the ceiling, and it goes past 2 Hydra defenders with 4 seconds left, Mal.
Oh man. And you know, I was going to say before that, that clear by Sanzo going across the goal was super dangerous, but you know, in the end there, you know, it worked out in the interim. But Rick, him and this is Rick and Twiggy's game here. Rick and Twiggy, I think, are having the majority of the goals, if not all of them, at this point.
No, they do. Twiggy has 3 for Hydra. Rick has 3 for Vortex. Rick looking for his 4th here in overtime, but that one's going to get stopped by Sanzo. Connie's going to send this one down. Connie gets the 50 out middle. A demo comes up from Sanzo. Twiggy there looking for the bounce shot. Hits off the crossbar. DJ going to clear this one to the side. Gets demoed. Rick, low boost on the back wall. Going to take it low. Collect it. Low boost. Gets it past 1. Makes it a little awkward here. Twiggy looking
Oh.
to get his 4th goal of the game, and he does. He sends this one in for Hydra, as Hydra's going to take game number 5, go up 3-2 in the series, and now are on match point. The number 2 Hydra against number 7 Vortex, heading to game number 6 with that match point in their pocket.
Oh man, the defense there of Vortex caught wildly out of position. Rick double committing with Stellar there. I don't know where Stellar went. I saw some potential chat messages, but you know how it is right now. We're not able to see them. So if they're trying to say something, we don't see it. But at any rate, we are going to game 6, and here in the best of 7 in Nemesis, you know what that means, right? That's Forbidden
Temple.
Yes.
The Forbidden Temple, where series becomes unbelievably tough. You may think that, you got it in a bag. You got momentum, Hydra, but this is Forbidden Temple. Anything can happen. Anything will happen on this map. It is always one of the maps that throughout all of Rocket League, for some reason, they named it perfectly, and it's always placed in the perfect spot in a series where anything can happen. So I'm definitely excited to see this one, as Hydra's on match point. Vortex have looked great this series. We just saw the battle of Twiggy versus the battle of Rick, and Twiggy was able to take that one. But I'm really excited. This series has been great. There's been players from both teams. Every game it's someone new stepping up for these teams. Last game, as we just mentioned, was Rick and Twiggy. Cottony stepped up. We've seen DJ step up, Stellar step up, Sanzo stepped up. Everyone has had their name called, and everyone has answered to their name being called.
Yeah, absolutely. And dangerous ball right there. But yeah, it's not been one individual the entire time. One individual may have been the biggest participant in a game, as we saw with Twiggy and Rick there, but it's everyone everywhere right now, and that's exactly what you want to see if you're a Rocket League fan, or in our case, with the full reset. It's something awesome to see, because you don't know how things are going to turn out, and hopefully, we do more full resets in the future. That's just my personal opinion. But right now, though, this game scoreless through the first minute.
First minute, both teams kind of go back and forth. Hydra hasn't had a lot of pressure, but they're starting to get some now. As this shot's going to come out from Sanzo on the waterfall, and Sanzo is going to take this one in. He's going to go up 1-0 in this game, right at the 1 minute mark here. And, if you're Vortex, what do you need to do? You're on match point. Your season's, on the line. You're now down a goal here. Granted, it's early, but what do you need to see out of Vortex here to pick up momentum and, try to force a game 7?
Well, the biggest thing is going to be their defense. Their defense, I think they need to check their positioning just a little bit, because I've seen, even for Rival, I think one too many double commits from them. Plus their positioning, like I said, they've been really close together. So hopefully they fix that. That will definitely help out a lot here. I would even say try to go for some bumps and demos, because I don't think they go for them that much. I know DJ has been the primary one doing that, but we gotta see the gameplay like that out of all of them.
Yeah, as you see, JJ just kind of fly by Sanzo there on the wall, trying to get him off the ball, go for the bump, but Sanzo's sticking to this ball. Stellar with a beautiful dunk, still got boost to follow. Connie doesn't have any back. Stellar is gonna get this one middle to Rick, who's already up in the air, but gets out 50 there by Connie. Great save. Connie trying to follow this one through, does get the flip reset, passes it down middle to a Stellar though, as Rick throws this one on, but Twiggy pre-flip saves that one right on him, as now Stellar's back, trying to take it to the air, gets out 50, but right down to his teammate Rick, who flips it over one. Connie up with another beautiful save, as Conti's going to follow this one down, trying to get another touch. He does. DJ's kind of awkward, but he's got plenty of boost, and he's going to send this one to his corner, but they're still not out of the woods yet, as DJ does now get it over half. 50's Conti, gets the demo too. Stiller taking his time, looking to pass this one middle to Rick, who's going to send this one over. Was hoping DJ was going to turn there, but he doesn't. But he's going to send this one back middle to Stiller, who doesn't have a lot of boost and is not able to get up to that one in time. Twiggy gets his touch. Over to Rick. Rick's going to throw this one on. And a beautiful save by Sanzo and Mallow. This Hydra team wants this win so bad. The beautiful saves have come out left and right.
Yeah, they really have. They've picked up their Rocket League gameplay here, and they fixed those mistakes that they had in the first couple of games there, where their positioning, as third man was a little off, and you can see where third man in the right position means a lot, and being able to correct that and be consistent now, it's a huge win for Hydra if you're a Hydra fan.
Yeah, Hydra now, a minute 20 left, but they're getting countered on. Stellar gets it over two, leaves it for Rick. Rick unable to follow it, but DJ's there off of Rick's fake and is able to just get it past the Hydra defender who was racing back, and they're going to tie it up, a minute 13 left.
Nice touch there by Stellar to get it past the defense, and we talked about it before, that Forbidden Temple craziness, and I think we might see a little bit of it here with this last minute remaining.
As Sanzo gets the dunk there. Twiggy trying to follow this one, gets one demo. Trying to 50 out Stellar here, but Stellar's going to play it slow. Gets it past two again. He gets the flip reset, but unable to get it past Sanzo, the third man. As Stellar trying to keep this one in. DJ there, keeps it in as well, looking for the 50s. Their double commit comes up by Hydra, but it works out in their favor as Sanzo is able to clear this one out. Low boost, does get the 50 there in the midfield, up for Conti, into the corner. Sanzo looks for that bump, unable to get it. DJ gets it over into the corner. No 50. Sanzo's going to clear this one back down as we hit final 30 seconds here. Mello as Rick gets the touch in the corner. Stellar 50s it out. Rick up in the air. No one challenging him yet. Gets it down to a Twiggy who's right there, who's going to just pop this one up and try to clear it out of the way. Bad touch there by Stellar. Gets high off the crossbar. Sanzo there, able to make that read off the corner post with 14 seconds to go. Hydra is up one.
Oh man, what a touch there by Sanzo. Perfect placement, perfect speed, because if you hit that any softer or any harder, that thing probably would have popped out or gotten blocked, depending, which way you went with it. And Hydra leading last 10 seconds of this. Can Vortex answer?
A beautiful attempt there as the pass came out from Rick, but they're going to get countered on, and Cottony's going to put this one away. That is the dagger. 2 seconds left. It is possibly doable, but they need 2 1-second kickoff goals. Granted, that last one, all they need is at least 1 second on the clock, and they can keep it up. But, this is all but over here. It was a great, hard-fought battle here by Vortex as this ball goes up. That clock does hit 0, and this is going to do it. Hydra, the 2 seed, battles and stays alive against this hot Vortex team. Unfortunate to see them go, as, they definitely had what it takes to definitely make a run in this playoffs.
Yeah, they certainly did. And, I mean, you see, they almost took Hydra to the limit there, to 7 games. But congratulations to the Hydra team here. Winning in 6. I do believe that is what I said here in the beginning, Speed. So I don't know how I managed.
No caster curse for you. No caster curse for you.
No, not at all. Not at all. So, yeah, congratulations to them. And we got another good matchup coming up here shortly.
Yes, we do. We're going to be heading to the Novice League, where we're going to have the number 3 seeded Spitfires taking on the number 6 seeded Crows. We will be back just shortly after a small little break as Mallow gets the lobby set up, gets these new teams in here. I am done for the night in the booth. We will be bringing back, I believe, Flip's going to be coming back. I think he's casting with you again, right, Mallow?
I believe it's Ventus. I think Ventus is coming.
We got Ventus coming into the booth with Flip for this next matchup. So stick around. We'll be right back after a short intermission for some novice playoff action.
couldn't get any closer.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Nemesis Gaming League, where the grind continues, and we have 2 more matches for you guys tonight. But joining me in the booth is Ventus. Ventus, how you doing, man?
Doing quite well, quite well. I'm super excited for this series. I mean, the Spitfires are the novice team in my org, so obviously I'll be rooting for the Spitfires, but should be an exciting series altogether.
Oh yeah, and we got some really good players on the pitch today. I mean, I saw, Neon's one of the better players in all of Novice, and I think Blitz also really high up there in their player ratings as well. So, couple really good teams, and obviously, the Novice League only has 8 teams, but that just condenses all the talent as well. And so, the best 6 are the ones that made the playoffs, but now you have just the battle of the best, and the Spitfires, who they were the 3 seed, but man, they are a team that can come out hot. So I would like to see some good offense from both these teams, although we're in the Novice League and anything can happen. So let's get started here in game number 1. NyQuil trying to clear that one down. A good demo on the back end from Neon's. Chrome Moisty trying to get a pass mid. We've seen a couple rival games today so far, Ventus. The Novice League kind of a step down, but definitely not a step down in the fun of it for sure. So I expect to see some really crazy plays coming out, but so far, nothing crazy quite yet. But if you had to give a prediction, obviously you want the Spitfires to win, and Spitfires are going to help you out just a little bit there as NyQuil gets the first goal of this series. That's a really good shot there off of a missed touch there from the X-Grizz.
Yeah, and like you're saying, a little bit of a step down from rival league gameplay, but it's just as fun. I mean, great capitalization there, but obviously I said earlier that Spitfires are in my org, and they might almost get another one there, but the Spitfires are in my org, and I'm hoping they're going to win, but I expect it to be a pretty close game, so I'm going to say Spitfires 4-2.
4-2 in favor of Spitfires. Jets trying to get this game one going once again. Not going to get that shot there, but Neons, who can be so dangerous, going for a flip reset. He did get the reset, but Blitz with the dunk. This Jet now trying to get being patient. A good touch high up. Maybe going for the backboard, but a good challenge there from the Crows defense. Jet now trying to be annoying, trying to pop this one up for his teammate, but his teammate, nobody on the Spitfires has any boost to work with. Chrome Moisty, though, doesn't have any either, but he still pops it over one. Neon's taking control of this one to the corner, trying to get a long clear downfield. That one going to the Crows corner, a little bit awkward. Neon's trying to find a pass mid. Blitz gonna get in his way. Jet trying to keep that ball in this Crows half. Jet gets to pass another. Is anybody gonna be there? No, NyQuil could have put it away. Could have been a second goal here, but instead it's a counter attack now. A good pop there from Jets and a good touch from Neons relieves a little bit of the pressure, as a bad touch there allows a little bit of a counter attack. NyQuil going low past one, but the X-Gray is going to pass it over to Chrome Moisty. Chrome Moisty going to get beat out by the Jet. Now Neon's more time, and he loves going to the air, going for the ceiling shot this time. That ball going to hit the ceiling, not exactly what he was hoping for, but still allowing more pressure here to start to mount for the Spitfires team. But still, anybody's ball game. Now is a good shot from Blitz comes through, but Neon with another good save. And Spitfires and Crows both have had their opportunities so far, but I feel like Spitfires has just had a little bit better opportunities, but it's still only 1-0 right now. What are you expecting out of these Spitfires and Crows teams here?
Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting a lot of back and forth here. Nobody's really established this midfield presence. They're kind of playing boomer ball, banging it back and forth, seeing what counterattacks they can really, seeing what goes in, kind of feeling out the defense after this first goal. So I think this is probably going to continue until one goal will break the stalemate, and then there's going to be probably 2 or 3 or 4 back and forth goals that are going to happen.
Yeah, that looked like a good opportunity. Nobody on the side of Spitfires had boost racing back, but they were able to get there in time. Still, more pressure going to start to mount here as Chrome Moisty looking for a pass mid. That shot gonna be just a clear back towards the Spitfire's corner, but Neon's able to get it past one, trying to get it past Blitz as well, but Blitz takes his time. That's not a great touch though, as Jet's able to get there first. Then Neon's trying to get in the way of Chrome Moisty, but in the end, it's just another shot here coming out. But Jet with a nice touch to his own corner. That ball high, kind of awkward for Blitz. Little NyQuil passing it mid. Neon, first one there. Neon trying to get a bump as well, but that ball's just kind of laying there. Jet with the shot. Chrome Moisty with the save off the crossbar. A huge save. Putting this game still at 1-0. Could have been a devastating 2-0 blow there, but huge save there coming out from Chrome Moisty. Now with a minute remaining, this defense holding on, but Spitfires are looking primed to attack. A second goal looks almost imminent here, but I feel like with this, both these teams have really good chances of scoring.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a couple misses from Spitfires, and they haven't been able to capitalize on that. But we've seen some great defense from the Crows. We've seen some own counterattacks. They only have 2 shots right now, but both those shots were very threatening. So I mean, both these teams have the offensive firepower to definitely make this a high scoring game. But their defenses have been showing out so far in this game 1.
Just got to get settled into things now as Neon's looking for another pass to the midfield. He pops on a pod for Jet. Jet going to the backboard. Oh, NyQuil couldn't put it away, but the ex-Grizz kind of got caught up on his own teammate. Neon's trying to keep this ball in the Crows' half. Gets a good 50 on the Blitz. Chrome Moisty, a little bit dangerous of a touch. That ball going back to the midfield. The Blitz just kind of gives that one away. Jet with a really good clear. That one not going to be on target. The follow-up is, though, the 2-0 putting the dagger here in game number 1.
Yeah, it was a great pop over a double commit, it looks like, from Blitz and Grizz, and Jet was able to get the little space in between both of them, and it left a great counterattack option, a great goal by Jet, and puts him up 2-0 with 7 seconds left. It seems like the Spitfires are going to take this game 1.
Dangerous kickoff, but Neon does get back in time, and that clock does run out. The ball does hit the ground, and Spitfires coming away with a pretty solid victory, not allowing any goals. Their offense really consistent, really solid. Their defense, it was a lot about pressuring that midfield, not even allowing Crows to get any good shots off. But when there were shots, they were able to make those saves as well. So as a whole, I felt like Spitfires played an all-around really solid game.
Yeah, they definitely did. I'm super impressed so far on the side of being a Spitfires fan. You know, I thought that was a great game 1. I still think that the Crows have a little more to give, especially on the offensive side of the ball. They seemed kind of panicky, especially since they were in defense and playing defense for so long. A lot of their clears that Spitfires just picked up around the midfield just weren't able to connect with each other, and the Crows kind of ended up giving away possession just because they were on low boost and stuff. So hopefully the Crows will be able to, generate some more passing between each other, able to kind of play more calm, cool, and collected, so that they don't throw the ball away as much.
Looking for a little bit more composure, maybe a little bit better communication, trying to find each other as well, but that will have to be an adjustment here for game number 2. 1-0 lead in this series so far for Spitfires, who came out swinging early. Can they get off to another hot start here? Good kickoff for them, as that ball could be very dangerous, but a good clear there from Chrome Moisty. Blitz already up in the air. That one's going to go high and wide. Chrome Moisty still in that corner, though, trying to get some kind of pass mid, but a good clear there from NyQuil. The ex-Grizz with a good 50 on to Jet. Jet, though, able to get the boost and the ball. Neon's with the shot, but Blitz there for the defensive save. A great save there, stopping this early pressure from the Spitfires. That touch, not the one that you want if you are on the Crows, but a good demo. Gonna allow Chrome Moisty to get a free clear, as Neon's now trying to get a little bit of time, but his touch goes wide, and NyQuil a little out of position, and the ex-Grizz finally gets the Crows on the board.
Yeah, and you see a slight mistouch there by Neons, and Grizz is able to capitalize on NyQuil pushing up a little bit too far. You see NyQuil just not able to get that touch to save the ball there, and a great goal by Crows, and it's one that you really need after already having to play a lot of defense this game.
Still not even a minute gone. Looking like NyQuil gonna go for that goal there, and a great demo from Neons. I think Neons got demoed, but he bumped the ex-Grizz on the way, so it left a free net there for NyQuil, and tying up this game quickly as the Spitfires.
Yeah, and it was definitely a great goal for NyQuil. I mean, I just talked about how he made a little bit of an overcommit and it led to a goal. So it's really good for the mental and his confidence to get that goal back and really equalize the series. And a great play by Neons just to be able to set him up for that.
Look to get another one there, but that shot is high. Jet now trying to make a challenge at the midfield, but Neon's gonna follow it up. Neon's now a good touch towards the mid, but that ball gonna fall into the hands of Grizz. Jet's gonna leave that one for Neons. Neons with a shot. Blitz there for the save. Blitz trying to find his teammate, but that ball just going back to the midfield, but Jet gets beat out by Chrome Moisty. That ball pops up high, and Neon's not looking for that one. Neon does get another touch, though. Nobody from the Crows electing to go for it. NyQuil with not a lot of boost, just jumps at the ball. Chrome Moisty looking for the shot, and Jet with very little in the tank, able to make that save. The ball pops high. Jet has a little bit of time, gets it over one, gets a bump on another, and Chrome Moisty all the way back is going to collect that clear. Now, sends it all the way back downfield, looking for a 50. That ball, he can go for the Doomsday. Is he going to get there? No, just not enough in the tank, as Neon's now looking for a pass mid. Maybe nobody's going to take it himself. Now he passes mid. That ball sitting high for NyQuil. NyQuil gonna get met by Chrome Moisty on the backboard. Jet not believing in the Crows' defense, goes for that ball. Neon does have a flip reset, doesn't need it. Maybe he didn't get the flip, but it doesn't matter, because that ball just falls right in for the Spitfires.
Yeah, it's so hard to play that if you're blitz. You don't know if it's going to hit the crossbar, if it's going to be backboard. It just kind of loses all of its momentum, and he just chooses the wrong read and is unable to get that touch. And just getting a nice little drop-in goal for Neons there, and the Spitfires are going to go up 2-0. And Neons with a great shot there off kickoff, beats two defenders on the Crows, and gets another one. And now the Spitfires are up 3-1.
Yeah, great beat on both Blitz and Chrome Moisty, as Neon's was just that much faster. Though, can this Spitfires team continue this? Neon's not going to have that read, but Chrome Moisty believes him in anyway, as Blitz now gets it over one. Jet with a good bump. Gonna buy some time and some space here for NyQuil. NyQuil's gonna use that very beautifully as he just takes control with a good dribble. That ball for Blitz, not the touch he was looking for. Still, Neon's already up, trying to get a 50 towards his mid, try to drop it down, but Jet instead has to hit that one from the corner. That ball now falling, but Neon's is gonna be there for the clear. Neon shot's gonna go in, but Chrome Moisty says no, not today. Maybe another time though, as Jet gets the great 50, goes for the bump. Neon doesn't need it, and he has a hat trick.
Yeah, great series of events for Spitfires. Just mounting the pressure, forcing Crows to make save after save, and eventually they're able to find an opening there, and Neon's able to put one away, and Jet would have gotten the bump too, and a great overall play by the Spitfires, showing that team play and that high capability once again.
Now the Grizz trying to get that ball cleared, but the midfield pressure here from the Spitfires always seems to have a player to either challenge or put that ball back in play. NyQuil, you're a little too high on that one, but that ball still falling dangerously, still not leaving this Crows half. Jet continuing to be a nuisance in that midfield. A good 50 there, though, from Chrome Moisty. Gets it over Neon, but Jet, once again, back in time. Now NyQuil, a little bit awkward. Jet stuck on the backboard, but Blitz doesn't get a touch. Neon's doesn't either. Neon's touch now goes mid. NyQuil trying to pass it back to Jet, who doesn't have a lot of boost. So he takes the time. Now he goes high, gets it over Chrome Moisty with a touch from Chrome Moisty as well, helping him out just a little bit. Blitz still stands there in awe, because what can you do about that?
Yeah, I mean, if you're Blitz, you really can't predict that bump into the shot from Jet, and a great pass by NyQuil there, just a little pass back into the midfield just to retain that possession and give Jet all that space and time, and Jet able to do the most of it, as he's definitely shown out this series so far. I mean, 1 goal, 2 assists, and 3 saves. He's been all over the pitch, and he's definitely been a game changer for the Spitfires team.
Yeah, and that one could have been an opportunity, but a good demo there from Neons. Now NyQuil trying to be another just nuisance in that midfield, not letting these Crows have any time on the ball. Neons trying to get that ball going towards the midfield, but it's going to be Jet in the end that's able to do that. Now NyQuil looking for the shot. That ball bounces over Jet. Neons is there. He puts it up high. Guess he's going to the backboard. It's Chrome Moisty. Chrome Moisty now looking for another touch, but it's going to just go to NyQuil as that ball can be dangerous, but Grizz and Blitz combine for a clear. That ball hit up high, Neon for the double, and he gets it, putting the Spitfires up to 6-1. Great showing here for the Spitfires.
I mean, I don't know how many novice players can really double tap like that. I mean, that's a pretty great shot for novice and in general, and a great showing by Neon's 4 goals this game. Has really been that kind of able to put the dagger away against these Crows. And even though Crows have shown they've been able to put some good defense, and they actually get a good score and good offense there to bring it back to 6-2. I'm not sure that goal will matter in this game, but maybe the momentum shift will be in favor of them for game 3. But you got to start to think with how dominant Spitfires have looked. Will Crows use their timeout here at this game 2, down 2 games now, or are they gonna elect to wait and say, you know, with this goal we've kind of started to understand how to play against Spitfires, and we're not gonna use our timeout here for this game. It's really gonna be interesting to see what's gonna happen.
Yeah, it's always nice to see that ball go in the back of the net, but losing a game by 4 goals, going down 2-0 in a series where you really haven't, you know, had a real shot of winning these games, it feels like it's been Spitfires kind of in control the whole time. That's not what you want to see, and so if I'm them, I'm calling that timeout, trying to see if I can get my team back in the right footing, maybe figure out a way to stop this Spitfires offense and Neon's. But man, it's just been a banger of a game, and really solid offense here for the Spitfires. The defense from the Crows, though, it just seems a little bit lackluster, maybe a lack of communication, I'm not sure, but just seems like the Spitfires, they're getting a lot, and the Crows aren't putting much of a fight up for, you know, a lot of these challenges, a lot of these air dribbles. It kind of seems like Spitfires say, hey, we're going to go take this, and the Crows say, all right, go ahead, you can have it.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely that lack of aggression from the Crows. They seem pretty content with giving Spitfires all the time and space that they want, and the Spitfires are going to take that any day of the week. I mean, Neons loves his air play, and he's going to be able to be the first one to the air, and going to shot all those maxes, a double tap in that last game. But I don't think that there is a timeout being called yet. So it looks like the Crows have elected to not use their timeout yet and just go straight into game 3. Yeah, both teams are joining. So not what we expected. I believed that the Crows would also use their timeout, but you know, maybe Novice knows more than us, Flip.
Hey, you know what? It's not insane to say that Novice knows more than us. They are some of the pioneers of this game, to be honest. They invent new things every day in my mind, so not be that crazy. But this one, maybe it is the right call. We'll have to wait and see. They look like they know what they're doing. They got some early pressure here, but it just should be another great clear there for Neon's. NyQuil putting that ball up. They'll try to find Jet on the opposite side, but Chrome Wishy's going to be the only one there. Jet up early. Gets a good touch. The Grizz trying to get another 50. Blitz now trying to get a long clear, and he does over to the Grizz. Grizz looking for the pass mid, but that ball gonna just fall to Jeff, and a little bit of team bumps. Gonna let Jets get another really good 50 on 0 boost. Blitz popping that ball up high. NyQuil gonna take that one. Jet gets bumped, but he's able to get back to that ball. Can he get a shot here? No, it's gonna be Chrome Wishy stopping that one. Neon's push that one up towards the midfield. NyQuil does get the beat. That shot's not going to go in from him, but Neon's is there for the shot. That one going to get saved away. Grizz playing that defensive role. That ball gets over Jet. Blitz now for the counterattack. Can Neon's make the save? He can off his own crossbar. Great use of the post right there. Jet now taking his time. A good 50 there. And a good follow-up from NyQuil. NyQuil now trying to get it past another, and he does. Trying to get it to the midfield, but that one's going to be a little bit more difficult because he got demoed. Neon's, though, able to make a great play, but nobody in the midfield to follow it up. Jet pops that ball up high, gets another pop. Nyquil gonna follow it. That one's on the sidewalk. Jet and Neons are both there. That one could just be bouncing in. A great save though from Grizz. And a good 50 there from Nyquil to stop that counterattack as well. But that could have been devastating. Great job there from Grizz on the defensive end, but that's not a good touch. That's a good follow though from Jet. The dunk from Neon, and then the speed from Jet. You just can't stop this Spitfire's offense.
Yeah, and the Crows looked a lot better at the very beginning of this game. They actually started to diffuse some of that pressure that Spitfires were making, but the Spitfire is just too good on the ball right now. They're outspeeding the Crows. Their aerial play is seems like leaps and bounds above better. They've been passing to each other a lot more. The Spitfires look dangerous right now.
Yeah, this man Neon is one of that main reasons. Not going to get the shots off the double touch there. It's going to allow more pressure, though, here for the Spitfires as Nyquil's up for the shot, but a good save there from Blitz. Blitz, Chrome, and X-Grizzy, all of them playing really solid defense, but eventually those shots are going to start falling. You're going to make some mistakes, and right now it's been Spitfires to the ones that have capitalized on it. Now, a little bit awkward here, as Nyquil didn't have any boost. Jet doesn't have any boost either. Neon comes and bails him out. Chrome Wussy looking for a pass made over to the Grizz. The Grizz gonna look back for the shot. That shot gets saved away by Jet on 0 boost. Nyquil looking for a good 50 over to Jet. Nyquil's a little time, doesn't know it though. Kind of gives that ball away, and Blitz says thank you very much. But Neon says no, it's my turn. Neon's looking for another touch, but Chrome Wussy stops him in his tracks as Nyquil now gets a long clear. Looking for a pass mid off the sidewall. No, it's going to be Grizz shutting him down. Jet puts that one up high. Neon's is already there. Chrome Wussy meets him in the air, though. 2 minutes remaining on the clock. Only one goal separates these teams, but it feels like a mountain of pressure separates these teams as well. Going up 3-0 is huge here for the Spitfires. Going down 0-3 would absolutely be devastating for the Crows. Can they turn this game around here in game number 3? That's not the touch you're looking for, but Grizz does have time on the ball. No, it gets 50'd. A minute and a half remaining. Long clear there from Blitz. Neon's taking his time on it. A little bit awkward. Not a great read. That ball goes midfield, but a good 50 on the follow-up. Now, can a long clear come through? No. Nyquil is going to take his time. Minute 20 remaining. The Crows' offense has seemed to start to come alive a little bit. There's a lot more pressure, but the amount of shots doesn't matter if you're not putting them away, Ventus. Do you think this Crows team has what it takes to send this to overtime here?
I think it's definitely a possibility. I think that they just need to follow up more of their pressure. I mean, like, we've seen a lot of shots come out from the Crows, but not really many in quick succession. I mean, there's always like a clear out, and then they have to recreate pressure for the Crows to continue to get shots on net, whereas the Spitfires just seem to be able to generate shots out of seemingly nowhere as Jet is going to get a goal there, and a little 50 against Blitz. She pinches right into the net of the Crows.
Not what you wanted at all. But that's the risk you pay. They played super defensive for a good part of this game. You know, they didn't allow Spitfires that many great opportunities. But whenever you're losing like that, you got to get a little bit more aggressive, and that left their net open that time. Now Jet's trying to get another one going. That ball's going to bounce down the waterfall. Neon, does he have the read? He does have the double. No flip reset, though. Would have been a beautiful shot to see from Neons, but it's still a 2-0 lead. Could be cut down in half here. Blitz with the shot. There it is. Finally, the Crows are on the board once again. And a great shot there from Blitz.
Yeah, I mean, it's a much-needed goal. A slight misplay by Nyquil. They're just unable to get the touch off that back wall, but it could be more of an attest to how good Chrome Moisty's pass was off that back wall that Nyquil wasn't able to get a touch at. Finally, the Crows score, but it might be too little too late as there's only 10 seconds left in this game 3. But we'll see if the Crows are up to the task of being able to score one more with 0 seconds.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Grizz gonna try to be the one to do it. Not gonna go through there. Jets gonna get another touch, and that one might just do it there. That ball does fall. Jets with a nice little touch to end that one, putting the Spitfires up 3-0. And it's not looking good here for the Crows. They did have a lot more shots, a lot more pressure this game compared to the others. But in the end, what's that good for if you're not putting it away? And so once again, the Spitfires go up 3-0. But I will say the Crows, I feel like they're getting more into it, and I feel like they're picking it up a little bit.
Yeah, and I think what could push them over the edge would be actually using the timeout that they are allowed. That could be useful just to talk out a little more. But even if they don't, I mean, this game looked a lot closer, and they didn't use a timeout for this game. So I'm wondering if they've started to figure out what they need to do differently, and this is just the process. This is like the in-between game where their tactics haven't fully taken hold yet, but next game, maybe we'll see a lot more liveliness from the Crows. At least one can hope to avoid the sweep, but it'll definitely be interesting to see.
Yeah, will be interesting to see indeed. I do think, timeouts, they're overrated. It's false. That's all. I mean, if you had a coach, that's one thing. I've seen Coach Sathu do wondrous things with timeouts, like in the last RLCS NA Open. But these guys are novice players. I don't know how much a timeout's going to change. Maybe it's just a mental reset. But in the end, they don't use it, and we're right here into game number 4. Forbidden Temple. Well. Oh gosh, dangerous things can happen on Forbidden Temple. Spitfires not gonna let that one in so easily though. Jet with a nice touch off the ceiling. Neon's gonna collect that one. Neon's go to the sidewall. Grizz is gonna beat him there though. Blitz, can he get the redirect? That one just gonna be a pop-up high, but Jet with the speed. Can he get the follow-up? He can, but it's gonna be Nyquil trying to get that touch. That ball trying to go mid, but Spitfires having a little bit of trouble in the corner there. Couldn't get it past. But Neon's is there for the shot, as Chrome Moisty has to get that clear. A good save there from Grizz as well. Jet pops up all up high, but finally he gets punished for it as he does get bumped. Neon's now says, okay, fine, if you're gonna bump him, I'll go for the air dribble, but a good pre-jump there from Chrome. As now Nyquil, a little bit awkward, gonna let Blitz take his boost, take the ball while he's at it. Jet looking for the 50. Nyquil trying to get it past one, but not able to. Neon says, I'll take my time, but he gets bumped. Could be dangerous. Grizz is there, but Jet puts it under him. Nyquil pops that ball up high, looking for another touch. That ball is just going to go backwards and a little dangerous, but Jet with the speed. Now Neon trying to get the follow. Blitz's touch not great, but he is able to follow it. Neon's touch back to his own corner. Blitz looking for a pass mid. Tries to get it past everybody, but Grizz is going to be in the midfield to keep that ball into play. Minute and a half gone. Not a lot of pressure here for the Spitfires. There's been a lot of Crows in the Spitfires half, but not much to show for it at all. That ball popped up high. Chrome Moisty with the speed. He gets the beat on one. That one's to the backboard. Can he get a follow-up shot? It's going to be Blitz, but he gets saved away by Nyquil. And we're 2 minutes into this game, and it feels like the Crows have really started to turn things on here, Ventus.
Yeah, I mean, they have up their speed tenfold. I mean, we see Crows completely outpacing the Spitfires right now, and what it used to seem was, Neons and Jet could just go for any aerial they chose, and nobody could put a finger to block them. But right now, the Crows are showing that they are here to play with a great goal by Blitz.
Finally, some good pressure here, and I've seen a lot of high, lofty touches coming out of the Spitfires, and the Crows are finally kind of pouncing on that, either going for a bump, going for, pre-jump in these challenges, and that's what I like to see. They're adapting to what the Spitfires are showing them. Now Spitfires, it's your turn to adapt. First time Spitfires have been down all series. Nyquil trying to equalize the game, not with that shot though. Blitz though, he's going to be trying to put the Crows up by 2. Jet with a nice touch. Trying to get a follow-up, but it's going to be Grizz getting that one. Trying to find a pass mid. Couldn't get the backflip on it. A good angle there from Chrome Moisty, but Jet was in the way. Nyquil looking for the clear downfield. Trying to get the follow-up off the corner. That ball going mid. Jet gonna get 50'd away as Neons has to clear it to the opposing half. Blitz with a long clear. Nyquil kind of awkward. Elects to wait for the bounce. Gets the dunk onto Blitz as well, but Chrome Moisty had that one red. Jet to the corner. Trying to get a follow on it. Not going to get there in time as Blitz is looking for a pass mid. It's going to be Nyquil racing Grizz to the ball, and he does win that one. Chrome Moisty continuing this pressure, though, and it feels like the Crows aren't stopping with this pressure. Finally, Neons with a good midfield touch, but Jet is going to get beat. No, he doesn't, as I believe that was Grizz not making a touch on the ball, and Jet says, you're going to regret that one as he slots that one away.
Yeah, just a slight misread there by Grizz, and Jet will capitalize on that every time. A great equalizer for the Spitfires, and exactly what they needed after being exposed to so much pressure so far in this game. And another goal off the kickoff for the Spitfires, and we were just talking about what they were going to do to react to being down for the first time all series, and they just proved it right here. They came prepared to adapt to this new play style and already scored 2 goals back to back.
Yeah, and it was a little late delayed kickoff from Grizz, but now they're looking to answer right back. Blizz's touch though, gonna be a high and far bouncer. Now Neon's looking for the clear, using the help of the Crows himself. Neon's though looking for a pass mid. That was dangerous, and it's still bouncing. Grizz, I thought he was about to own goal. He thought he was about to own goal. Managed to not make a touch on the ball. Neon's still pops it up high. Going for a ground pinch to the midfield, I guess. What a play there that was, as Jet now with a good flick. Grizz with a backflip touch to his own corner. Jet with 0 boost still elects to go for it. That one bouncing down, but Chrome Moisty gonna put that one back to the sidewall. That's a good, dangerous pass. Neon's not able to get it through Blitz. Chrome Moisty, a little bit of boost to work with. Maybe a little bit of time. A teammate in the middle. Can he get the pass? No. And now NyQuil was going for the demo, and Blitz saw him coming. It was a race, and Blitz won it. Grizz, not a great touch. That was still in the midfield, but he still makes the second save. NyQuil's shot could have gone anywhere, but it goes to Grizz's face. And Crow Moisty with the counter. Neons is going to keep them alive. Crows looking to sweep this series. Grizz looking to stay alive. Blitz, can he put the follow-up away? No, he can put it back towards the backboard, though, as Neons tries to get the clear. And everybody is committed here for the Crows. Grizz is the last one back. That's a great shot. And Grizz with the backflip. Neons and NyQuil connect on that one, and Grizz gotta be kicking himself for that backflip.
Yeah, I don't think Grizz expected Neons to just take the ball off NyQuil's car like that and get so much height there. And an unfortunate turn of events after we've seen both these teams just go back and forth trading blows. I mean, this game was by far the closest that we have seen out of the Crows and Spitfires. I mean, the Crows looked so good here, but down 2 goals with 10 seconds left, clock dwindling down. I think that it is pretty safe to say that the Spitfires will be taking this series here.
There it is. GG's to both these teams. Honestly, Spitfires, they looked really good and really dangerous. Jet and Neons and NyQuil. NyQuil had his moments as well, but it was the story was Jet and Neons all day, every day. And you know, if you're the Spitfires, you got to be feeling pretty confident going into, you know, the rest of this playoffs. But if you're the Crows, they put up a fight. I can't say, you know, it was just a complete sweep. I mean, it was, but like, there was moments, there was times, but in the end of the day, you got to give it up to the Spitfires, man. They just played better Rocket League, more complete Rocket League. I felt like on each end of the fields, it was Spitfires that had control of that game.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, Crows had some flashes of brilliance here and there, but they're just unable to put those flashes together and make a complete, you know, play, really. It was a lot of not being able to follow up their shots, and when they did, it seemed like Spitfires were just completely ready for it and just able to put it away and stave off all of that pressure. So, and the Spitfires looked like the team to beat, and I'm pretty happy, you know, that being my novice team. You know, I'm very, very happy and excited with that performance to see them progress in this playoffs.
Yeah, no, they looked really good, and so you got to be happy with that kind of performance here if you're a Spitfires fan. However, we do have one game left for the Knights. It's going to be going up to the Prospect League. Bandits versus Flurry, and Ventus. It's going to be another good one. Obviously, this one was a sweep, so it's going to be a little bit longer of a break. But you know, that's not a bad thing. You know, give us a little chance to drink some water, maybe, you know, have a nice little chat. But we will be back, guys. Do not go anywhere. The Nemesis Gaming League still has so many playoff games. We got one more for you guys tonight, and man, throughout the week we got so many more coming.
Everybody and their mother say we ain't good for each other, but we ain't good for anyone else. Now I know that we're through, but you're everything that I knew. And I can't live without you, cause I can't live with myself. You're the reason I quit drinking, the reason I get drunk. Everybody's thinking I should give you up, but I don't. You want me to forget you, but I won't. Now you left me sitting, skipping stones. I should probably hate you, but I don't. I know that we're over, but tonight I hope you're sober, cause you always go dancing when you drink. And it doesn't feel right if I'm not that guy to be the one to sweep you off your feet. You're the reason I quit smoking, the reason I get high. Everybody's thinking I should say goodbye, but I don't. You want me to forget you, but I won't. And now you left me sitting, skipping stones. I should probably hate you, but I don't. But I don't. You want me to forget you, but I won't. Now you left me saying probably don't. I should probably hate you, but I don't. But I don't. You want me to forget you, but I won't. Now you left me sitting, skipping stones. I should probably hate you, but I don't. Patiently waiting, oh, I think I'm fading. Is anybody out there a doctor? Somebody save me, oh, I'm going crazy when every little thing is about her. Does she love me or does she love me not? Every day's he pulled apart. Does she love me or does she love me not? I sold my soul for the power. Here we go one more time. For the people in the back. One more cry for the night. So let's try to make it last. Here is my heart, now decide to cut it aside on a dotted line. Here we go one more time. For the people in the back. One more cry for the night. So let's try to make it last. Here is my heart, now decide to cut it aside on a dotted line. I'm slowly breaking and oh, my body's shaking. Cause someone drive the hearts out of the line. Somebody save me and oh, I'm pleading, baby. But you're out of my league, I'm a mascot. Does she love me or does she love me not? Every day's he pulled apart. Does she love me or does she love me not? I sold my soul for the part. Here we go one more time. For the people in the back. One more cry for the night. So let's try to make it last. Here is my heart, now decide to cut it aside on a dotted line. Here we go one more time. For the people in the back. One more cry for the night. So let's try to make it last. Here is my heart, now decide to cut it aside on a dotted line. You're my fatal attraction. So kiss me slowly and close the casket. You're my fatal left, I give my breath to cigarettes. Since you left, I try my best to forget. I can't escape the love we made, it follows me. I can't escape from your love. And I've been rolling the dice with Aphrodite, spending my nights without you beside me, throwing some darts in bars with the queen of hearts, queen of hearts. And I've been drinking with Cupid, thinking of you, babe, thinking of you, babe. Oh, how can I be so stupid, fighting and losing, fighting and losing. Oh, I've been spinning the bottle, fighting the bottle, fighting the bottle. Oh, I've been drinking with Cupid, thinking of you, babe, thinking of you, babe. And since he left, I tried my best to turn the page. Since he left, I roll my joints with Hemingway. I can't erase the way your face lit up this place. I can't escape from your face. And I've been rolling the dice with Aphrodite, spending my nights without you beside me, throwing some darts in bars with the queen of hearts, queen of hearts. And I've been drinking with Cupid, thinking of you, babe, thinking of you, babe. Oh, how can I be so stupid, fighting and losing, fighting and losing. Oh, I've been spinning the bottle, fighting the bottle, fighting the bottle. Oh, I've been drinking with Cupid, thinking of you, babe, thinking of you, babe. I've been drinking with Cupid, thinking of you, babe, thinking of you, babe. Oh, how can I be so stupid, fighting and losing, fighting and losing. Oh, I've been spinning the bottle, fighting the bottle, fighting the bottle. Oh, I've been drinking with Cupid, thinking of you, babe, thinking of you, babe. I got a headache, cause you've been running through my mind all damn day. The stilettos, they echo around my brain, driving me insane. Your body could build my grave with leather and lace. You take all my breath away with that face. Cause she's drop dead gorgeous, I think she knows it, I think she knows it. That she's drop dead gorgeous, I think she knows it. But if she ever asked, I would just drop dead, just drop dead, just drop dead, just drop dead. I think she knows she's making John Doe's everywhere she goes, goes, goes. Elvira inspired from head to toe, Tony meant to go. Your body could build my grave with leather and lace. You take all my breath away, that face. Cause she's drop dead gorgeous, I think she knows it, I think she knows it. That she's drop dead gorgeous, I think she knows it. But if she ever left, I would just drop dead, just drop dead, just drop dead, just drop dead. She's got all the boys pulling daisies, but she'll leave you pushing them all. The boys pulling daisies, but she'll leave you pushing them. Your body could build my grave with leather and lace. You take all my breath away, I think I'm falling asleep at the wheel. I feel like nothing is real. I think I'm falling asleep at the wheel tonight. If time flies, that explains why I feel so jet-lagged all the time. On autopilot in my mind. For life. It's you up in the rear view, and I cruise down memory avenue. And it's you up in the rear view, and it's you. I think I'm falling asleep at the wheel. I feel like nothing is real. I think I'm falling asleep at the wheel tonight. I think I'm falling asleep at the wheel. I feel like nothing is real. I think I'm falling asleep at the wheel tonight. That's no poetic way to say. As million markers fade away, an exit feels just like my saving grace. And it's you up in the rear view, and I cruise down memory avenue. And it's you up in the rear view, and it's you. I think I'm falling asleep at the wheel. I feel like nothing is real. I think I'm falling asleep at the wheel tonight. I think I'm falling asleep at the wheel. I feel like nothing is real. I think I'm falling asleep at the wheel tonight. I think I'm falling asleep at the wheel. I feel like nothing is real. I think I'm falling asleep at the wheel tonight. I think I'm falling asleep at the wheel. I feel like nothing is real. I think I'm falling asleep at the wheel tonight. We buried the hatchet right into my back end. Look what you've done. The last one is laughing, the last one is standing, is the one with the gun. And I thought you were different, but you kept a knife hidden in your silver tongue. You buried the hatchet right into my back end. Now I'm slowly building up a throne from all the sticks and stones that you have thrown. But all your words still haunt me like a ghost, yeah. How do you sleep at night? You made your bed and lie. 'Cause you cut me cursive on where everyone, baby, look what you've done. Oh, how do you sleep at night?
Left me in this mess, I'm falling. Never
welcome back, everyone, to the playoffs, to the Nemesis Gaming League. We've had a great lineup of matches so far. And of course, we're always going to close it out with a bang. I'm joined here by the one, the only Ventus. Ventus, I know you were just here, so welcome back once again. And how are we feeling?
Hey, pretty good. I mean, obviously, I got to see a great sweep by my novice team org. It's a great feeling, and looks like my camera's not really focusing, but we'll get to that in a little bit. That's not that important. But yeah, I mean, doing great.
Heck yeah, we love to hear it. And yeah, I mean, that's certainly a great sweep for you. I realized again that is your org, so you were definitely happy to see a sweep. I'm kind of hoping we don't get another sweep because it's kind of boring to end the night on 2 sweeps. But we should have a little bit of a closer one here. We've got, heading into the Prospect League, the Bandits going up against Flurry, number 3-6 seed versus the number 6 in Flurry. And it should be a good one here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, the Bandits losing 3 of their last 4, but their one win that they did get was against the Vipers, who I believe are the number 2 seed
Yeah, they're the
in
second seed.
the Prospect League. So, I mean, it's super hard to really gauge where the Bandits are at after losing Insano. I don't really know what to think about the Bandits, and then Flurry barely sneaking into the playoffs as that 6th seed, going 9-9. They have the tiebreaker over the Wyverns and the Minotaurs, so super close race there. So I mean, Flurry obviously had to have beat some of the better teams to get into the playoffs. So hopefully this will be a very good match. I'm excited. I think that this might go the distance. If I had to say a score, I'd probably say Bandits are gonna win 4-3 against Flurry.
Okay, calling the game 7. I like it. I like it. I definitely think there's a lot of potential here. Yeah, both of these teams have kind of lost most of their momentum heading into the playoffs. Flurry there at 9-9, like you said, just barely scraping in, avoiding that play-in tournament at the 6th seed. But they both beat very good teams as well. So there's definitely a chance that we could see the best from both of these teams and get a nice series out of it. I do believe you've already called your prediction, so Bandits, I believe you said go into Game 7. Is that's what you're calling?
Yeah. I have faith that Kovalchuk and Ariso will pull out the win in the end, but I think that Flurry's got a little something to prove, and I was looking and I was actually surprised by how well the Flurry team did in the stat sheet. Kratos was number 4 in assists per game, 0.82 assists per game, and then he was also pretty high up there in saves per game with almost 1.5. So, I mean, I was shocked because I never really heard anything about him so far this year. So, I think that maybe he's a player to look out for, and then Sunlight also seems to be a player to look out for in this Flurry team. But I mean, I think that it looks like we're switching servers to East server if I'm not mistaken. So do that real quick. But I think that Flurry could make some waves here. I wouldn't be shocked to see them win, but I think that the Bandits have the higher ceiling to get it done.
I think I'd agree with that take, definitely. But once again, before we get into this one, I don't know if we have the ability to pull the bracket up, but just to paint the picture, whoever wins this one will go on to the semifinals, of course, where they will face off against the winner of the Vipers or the Wyverns. So definitely a tough road ahead. No matter which team wins that one, probably not opponents that you really want to go up against. But if the Bandits already have a win on the Vipers, if they can make it through this one, they might have a good shot at that. Of course, it's one game at a time. Once you get to this position, they'll just be focusing on the present moment. as I believe we are now on the East server, which was good for both teams. Not big fans of the Central servers, I guess. It seems like a few people don't really like the Central server very much.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely an advocate for East servers, but I also live on the coast, so I think
Maybe
it
a
gives
little
me a
bit
little bit
biased.
more of an advantage. Yeah. But it looks
My
like
voice.
I believe are they turning up yet? I don't know. If not, we're just gonna keep we're gonna keep wrangling. But it looks like both teams are now ready. So now we can finally start up this matchup here between the Bandits and Flurry. Should be a good one.
Now let's go ahead and get underway. We've headed over to that fantastic East Coast, and now we get to see the matchup starting out quick here. Almost a little kickoff goal action there, but it won't quite grow through. And game one is now underway. We'll get to see what these teams have to offer. Crate's going for the air dribble, and he does have quite a lot to offer. He'll show here starting off the scoring.
Wow, I mean, I talked about his assists and saves per game, but obviously showing out the goals per game right there, coming out really strong. A great air dribble over Kovalchuk, just not in the reach of the Chief to be able to save that at a great opening goal for Flurry here.
And for a team that's, technically considered the underdog in this matchup, it's a pretty great way to start off. Here comes Ariso trying to show that he can air dribble too. That one's going to be dunked away by Perky. The offense will continue for the Bandits as now they probably feel like they've got a little something to prove. Great goal to start us off here, but pushing back here. Perky trying to get out of the corner, a little bit awkward, and that one's actually set up for Kovalchuk. The pressure is a little bit too much for Flurry to handle.
Is definitely a risky back pass by Perky there, just unable to put it in the reach of is that Solar, I believe, and a great capitalization there by Kovalchuk to even up the game 1-1.
Yeah, that's not really one that you're going to practice very often in scrims. As Crates here looking for the double touch, uses all of his boost and is almost able to find it. He's definitely come prepared. He's ready to show out. Ariso on the other side trying to get this, a waterfall down. Sent away quickly by Solar. This ball still lingers, not much danger. So Ariso does get over one, that's a big miss, but Crates is there for the shot. Koval barely makes a save on the other end. And so far, Ventus, I mean, here, this is Prospect League gameplay, but these guys almost seem like they're in a freestyle match.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely showing off their mechs early, but I think that it'll die down a little bit once we get more into this series and the nerves start to take hold and teams opt to play it safe. But I mean, definitely a fun match to watch with all these mechanics coming out. It's almost a reset double by Crates, but yeah, it's definitely interesting. It's pretty even so far in terms of pressure and back and forth play. So I think now that it's one goal and a piece and they're all tied up, I think teams are starting to feel each other out now. As I say that, though, the Chief is going to barrel in a goal here with the pass from Ariso off the corner.
And that's a great pass from Ariso, taking advantage of that defensive mistake there. The clear just didn't go quite far enough. And Ariso up quick. Great teamwork to put the ball in the back of the net, and now the Bandits, after starting off down, will reestablish their dominance with the second goal, maybe making it a third. That one's on target, and Crates can't quite get back to it. Bit of a forced own goal, but the Bandits' lead extends further.
Yeah, I mean, Kovalchuk just trying to get as hard of a shot on target, and Crates just not able to get the touch to put it off his own crossbar. And it's a good answer from the Bandits. I mean, they went down 1-0 off of a great Crates air dribble, but they've shown that they've been able to come back and really, show that by answering with 3 goals.
And so far, it really is the Bandits show past that first 30 seconds. I mean, Flurry just barely right there actually got their second shot of the entire game while we're more than halfway through. First one, of course, being the one that was scored. But the Bandits have done a great job of controlling the pressure so far as they continue to try and apply it here. Here comes Krates though, looking for the shot, shoots top right. That is good, but Ariso is better with the block. Now this one going to try and be pushed down the field. The Chef trying to cook something up. He gets the air dribble over almost everyone, but Perky dives back to make the save. Now here comes the counterattack attempt. Blocked out by the Bandits once again. This one will be centered, and Solar's first to it. The Chef has to make an awkward save. Now Koval with no boost manages to keep the ball out. And for now, the Bandits are safe once again. It looks like Fleury are starting to finally get a little bit of their own pressure, but I mean, the Bandits have been more than equal on defense so far.
Yeah, I mean, they have not faltered. There was one, worrisome area where the Chef had to put it off his own backboard, but Kovalchuk was able to follow it up. And besides that, nothing's really been too threatening. It's more of just that Fleury's been trying to just throw a shot on target, see how the defense plays it, and if they're able to diffuse the pressure, or if they start to double commit and panic like we just saw, and another double commit out there. But as the Bandits had been looking a lot better before those double commits come out, so hopefully Bandits will be able to reestablish themselves and play more collected.
If it weren't for that darn caster's curse, they might have gone away with it. But so far, they have gone away with everything, even the mistakes that they've been making. Fleury putting a couple decent shots on net, but nothing that's really too threatening in this one. Speaking of threatening, almost another awkward position due to that Fleury goal line. This one shines through, but Ariso able to make the touch away. In 20 seconds now, they need to goal quickly. Krates tries to get the pass over, but they're not quite ready for the shot. They need another goal now, or that will be game one in the books as Koval clears that away, and that should really secure the game one victory here, barring any sort of miracle, and no miracles this time. Bandits, I mean, once again, after that first 30 seconds, Ventus, I have to say it was a pretty comfortable game one win.
Yeah, and the Bandits, I mean, I think it's a lot closer than we really give Fleury credit for. I mean, that first goal by Krates, but even after that, at the last minute or two, I mean, Fleury seemed to be able to mount a lot of pressure. It didn't come in many good goal opportunities, but the fact that they were able to create and hold that pressure was actually pretty significant for the series. I mean, if we take away the minute of gameplay where the Bandits scored all three of their goals, I mean, Fleury looked pretty like dominant there. I mean, they were on offense and in the midfield almost the entire game. So I think that just a couple of tweaks in how Fleury is playing, and they're going to have a lot more goal scoring opportunities in this game too.
It definitely looked like there was a lot of potential being shown by the Fleury, especially the Fleury offense in that game. They got close to the net so many times and got a few good shots, but like you said, just nothing that was really too much to handle for the Bandits. But definitely good things looking forward. If they can just kind of rein in and get some more real shot opportunities, then they're going to be just fine as we head into game number 2 here. Bandits will take that early lead, but just I'm sure everyone's aware, but just a reminder, it is best of 7 now, and the best of 7 really can change the dynamic of a series, as you've got a lot more time to come back from any early mistakes. I'm sure Fleury will want to make sure that they are on their way to tying up the series here. As this one gets through Ariso, actually that one might just be on target. In fact, it goes the full length and off of the bump. Another early lead for the Bandits.
Yeah, and the Fleury is definitely going to want to forget about that goal to the start of this game as well. I mean, we're talking just an unfortunate, play there by Fleury, and a good capitalization for the Bandits to just almost steal a goal away from Fleury. It's not really a goal that was really earned by the Bandits, or it's not one that we were like, wow, the Bandits put up a very good play there. But I mean, it's definitely one that they will take. And any goal really counts, and especially in this best of 7, the more games you can take that you might not deserve, the better.
Yeah, I'm sure the Bandits won't be complaining about that one. They'll be happy to have a little bit of an early lead as they're able to get off the backboard. Ariso there for the shot. Isn't quite able to get on target. As here comes Chef looking for the air dribble, looking to just make a play in the corner. Isn't able to do much, but Koval is able to take over, and he gets that one centered. A little bit of awkwardness on defense. Once again, as Fleury trying to find a way out of their own half. That's a huge demo by Ariso. They do find that way out of their half as Koval tries to shut down. That one's off the backboard. The touch can't be made. A free shot opportunity potentially here as that one gets touched out once again. Solar is able to bring it back, and they're able to tie up the game.
Yeah, just a bunch of defensive mistakes here by Bandits. I mean, a couple whiffs coming out, and a miss on the backboard read for Ariso, a miss in the midfield with Kovalchuk trying to just get in the way of that by cutting off and trying to relieve some of that pressure. But I mean, it's not. Again, I talked about how Bandits didn't really earn their goal there. I don't think Fleury really earned that goal and made Bandits mess up. It looks like Bandits just kind of panicked on their own and really messed up on their own, and Fleury was just, you know, in the right place at the right time and just able to get a free goal out of it.
Oh, they can't get the free goal there though, as that one was definitely at least heavily discounted. But Fleury did not take advantage of the sail, as it looked like their own teammate, that might have been Perky, who actually blocked the free shot from going into the net. I'm sure they'll want that one back, even if they didn't necessarily completely earn their old goal. Here comes Krates though, trying to get past the defense. Koval does manage to get out, and the Bandits will have a shot opportunity here. Here comes Chef, trying to send that one all the way through, but he can't quite get it. Riso to Kovalchuk, not able to make the touch. And this one's sent through once again. That one's almost on target. It's just off the backboard. Koval can't get the shot either. Ariso, I thought he hit the crossbar for a second, but he does sink it. And the Bandits, you know, after all the dust settles, they're the ones who come out on top.
Yeah, it's a great pressure being created there by the Bandits, and an unfortunate play by Fleury. You know, we would be looking at a completely different game, either a 2-1 in favor of Fleury or at least a 2-2 where it's all tied up now. But you know, just the pre-flip into the opponent's goal to save the ball is always a hard mental, you know, punish, but. I mean, hopefully Fleury will be able to, you know, forget about it and move on, and hopefully they'll be able to capitalize on something else, and all will be fine. But I mean, that mistake by them is going to definitely hurt. The Chef is actually going to start up the freestyling again that we were saying in game one, and a nice little ceiling shot. Krates just unexpected. He expected, what was it, Perky, I believe, to get a touch on that ball, and it just did not happen. And Bandits kind of squeak away with a third goal, but the game 2 is a lot closer than we would have thought based off the scoreline.
Yeah, it looks like Krates had absolutely full faith that that ball would be cleared, and the Chef had absolutely no faith that they were making a touch. As the double attempt here from Krates, trying to send one the other direction. He's been pretty close to hitting a couple of these shots, but the defense is really just crumbling now for Fleury.
Yeah, and Solar just misreads the ball and then tries to get greedy for the boost, and then Ariso just puts it right in between the two defenders. It looked like there might have been a ghost touch there, so maybe some complaints coming out from Fleury Bank saying that they did indeed touch it, but the game screwed them over. But I mean, 4 goals and a great shot there, saved away by Perky. But I mean, Bandits will take every goal that they can get.
Yeah, they definitely won't complain about another mostly free goal being handed to them. And that corner, I mean, man, it can be rough. But if Atomic doesn't complain about getting his ghost touch in RLCS, then sorry, Solar, but you don't really get to complain here. 4-1 for the Bandits, though, looking like they might have another comfortable end to the game, unless anything spectacular happens. And Fleury, I mean, they're trying to get anything going here, trying to get the pass across, but the Bandits defense just shutting them down. Now Krates trying to get this one out of the corner. This one off the sidewall. Krates tries to make a touch, but he can't quite get it. And Fleury, I mean, if they could just get one goal here, I'm sure that would make them a lot happier going into game number 3. This one definitely not a normal game, but it felt like Fleury, they kind of, once that save on the opponent's net happened, it felt like everything went downhill from there.
Yeah, we definitely see a bunch more defensive mistakes, and I'd really hope a nice pay kick, maybe flip. Aw, I was hoping that Krates got a flip there and was able to put one away for a consolation goal. But I mean, yeah, after that heartbreaking save on the opponent's net for Fleury, they kind of just made so many mistakes, and it really seems like Krates is the only player on Fleury that's really able to generate any offense and goal scoring opportunities. I mean, we see a lot of his double taps and air dribbles and his high mechanical play just being slightly off, or he's not able to get the correct angle in the double tap. But besides those plays, which aren't high percentage plays, I mean, Fleury hasn't really put any good opportunities on net besides the one that they ended up saving on themselves.
Yeah, and like you said, that could have resulted in an entirely different game. I mean, that was basically a 2-goal swing right there. Bandits scored about 10 seconds later. One thing to note, actually, I was just looking at the roster. I felt like I was missing something this whole time, but they don't have Sunlight. I don't know if this is their normal roster, but I do see Sunlight, their highest MMR player. He's not on the pitch today.
Yeah, and that definitely could be something that they're missing, as they seem to be lacking a lot of offensive power that Sunlight seemed to generate based off of the Nemesis stats that he has this season, and you know that might be the difference maker in this series, as maybe Solar is just not able to produce the same level of play as Sunlight is at that high MMR starting spot.
Yeah, and it can be difficult, especially, I mean, even if it's not a major difference, which I don't necessarily know how much it is, but it can be difficult to play with a roster you're not normally used to playing with, but Krates will be able to put another one on net here. That one's barely saved out in co-roll. He also saved an early sidewall double attempt from Krates as well. Looks like he is not interested in getting clipped on. And so far, they've mostly succeeded in this series so far. But a new game here, game number 3, the 2-0 lead, of course, for the Bandits. They'll be wanting to go up on match point. As that happens, it just becomes ever more difficult for Fleury to find anything back. They'll be looking to avoid that. But it all starts here. Perky looking for the shot, gets a strong touch, but it kind of gets away from him. Solar gets one strong touch to the ceiling as well, but it's cleared away by the Bandits once again. Here comes Perky looking for the touch. Ariso controlling it on the backboard, trying to keep it close. Does spin out though. Solar can't quite get the touch either. This one sent forward once again. That's a great bump from the chef, trying to keep it out. And this time, Fleury does have someone far back watching that long clear. Great. Going to take to the skies himself, gets it past one, but is bumped out of the play. Won't be able to make much happen. Perky can't quite take the shot either. So far, I mean, a much less eventful game 3 so far, as that one is just barely saved off of the crossbar. And the Bandits, I mean, they have, I will say, they have had to put up some good saves from this Fleury offense. So far, Fleury have had some pretty high quality shots this game.
Yeah, it's definitely a breath of fresh air for those of us who want a high content series, you know, as I predicted a game 7, so obviously I'm hoping that Fleury is able to show some signs of life, which I'm glad they have started to show here, but I mean, it hasn't netted anything yet, and I think that's the biggest thing, whereas I think that they might start to get discouraged by how their pressure hasn't seemed to work yet. I mean, Kovalchuk's had some great last-minute saves, and so have... Oh, I thought Chef was going to be able to get back, but I guess Castor Curse is real, and They are able to get a goal for their efforts, and now it's looking a lot better for Fleury because they finally scored after so much pressure this game.
And that's a great shot there from Perky. It was a very quick transition from defense to offense, getting that counterattack going off the 1-2 punch. Definitely want to see more of that from them, as if they can take advantage of the Bandits being overly aggressive at times here. Just like that, I mean, that was pretty much the exact recipe they got to follow. Definitely could lead to some good things for them, as here comes Crates. They're looking for the pinch. They almost get on target, and that would have been something magnificent. But it's not meant to be this time. Could still lead to something, though, as Perky trying to get this one off the wall. There's low boost for most of the players on the Bandits defense here. That one will be shot towards net. Ariso has to jump. He does get the save, but they're still in a little bit of danger. Koval trying to take it past, and he does manage to successfully get out of that bind. That Fleury had them in for a little bit. Perky trying to smack this one downfield, using the corner to his advantage. A little bit awkward, but the Bandits do well to deal with that. That's going to be a backboard touch. That's hard to read, though. Perky with the shot just off, trying to find that right-hand corner. Instead, he just found the backboard, and now it's sent the other way. This time Solar does make that touch. It will be a catch, and this aggressiveness from Solar could lead to something. Not quite this time. This one just sent once again to the back of, almost the back of the net of the Bandits. And the Fleury pressure, I mean, I feel like I'm seeing a different team here. They have just been absolutely putting the clamps on the Bandits this game. And that's going to be another goal, actually, as Solar manages to chip it past the last man. And I am much liking this improved teamwork that we're seeing here.
Yeah, and it's a much-deserved win by Fleury, and I think that's the biggest thing that we need to talk about is as they have earned this win. I mean, it's not like how in Game 1 the Bandits got, 3 free goals to put them up 4-1. I mean, Fleury have put pressure on the Bandits and made them make mistakes, and we're able to capitalize, and almost a goal comes out there, and I almost ate all of my words I just said. But it did not happen, and I did not curse them. And Fleury has really stepped up this game and very much so earned the win, and I think that's the biggest thing.
Yeah, it looks like it will be certified here. Crates just rolling in another one. One goal for each member of Fleury in this game. 6 seconds left, that will confirm it. And now, I mean, if nothing else, at least they avoid going down 3-0. 3-0 just, in a best of 7, just feels impossible to come back from at times. They will bring it back within one game, and now, I mean, I feel like the real important thing here, Ventus, is just keeping this momentum going. Making sure you keep the fire hot.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and if I'm the Bandits, I'm also thinking the same thing, and I'm also debating to use my timeout if I'm the Bandits. I mean, we had 2 solid games, game 1 and 2, where it was a lot of Fleury making mistakes and Bandits capitalizing, but we've seen Fleury completely cut out a lot of those mistakes on defense and able to generate more offense. And if I'm the Bandits, I need to think of a way to adapt to that and really look at what I need to change, or if I need to change. And that might be something where you take a timeout here, but it does not seem to be the case. If the Fleury wins game 4, I think the Bandits have to take a timeout here.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I mean, timeout usage it's an interesting variable, because most of the times, a lot of the times you get the timeout buff, but sometimes a timeout, if you take one and then it doesn't work out and then you're up 2-1, but all of a sudden you're still having the same problems, then it can be a kind of uh-oh moment where it's like, well, we used it up and now it's gone. So some teams won't want to use it that early. And obviously, so far, the Bandits don't feel like they need it yet. We'll have to see if they might still feel the same way after game number 4 here. Still leading for now, but if Fleury can still show us that that same aggressiveness that they had in game number 3. And it's definitely not a sure thing for them at all. This one will get started. Koval out to the middle. Ariso actually trying to find a little back pass there. Didn't quite get to it, but it was a solid attempt. And now it's Fleury on offense once again. They were very successful in the last game. Still lots of time to see if they find that same success here. This time it will be a one and done pretty much attack as a chef going for an air dribble here. Thought he might load up that flip reset there, but he decides against it. And this one's sent back the other way. Koval with a big miss off the back wall. The chef with that 50 should buy a little bit of time for his teammates just to get back, get some boost, regain control. This one's sent off the backboard once again. Perky trying to fly towards it. He doesn't really have much momentum to work with there. This one heads back the other way. Ariso pushing it forward, trying to find his teammate, but Perky cuts it off. A great play, and so far in game number 4 here, seems like it's a little bit of ping pong going on back and forth, but Ariso with a little bit of an awkward clear. Not going to lead to much of anything, although that might lead to something. And the Bandits defense, I mean, I was saying this was kind of a standard start to a game, nothing spectacular, but the Bandits looking a little bit less tight on defense than they did earlier.
Yeah, I mean, they seem to be stopping their own clears, which is a super interesting thing to be happening, but I mean, it seemed to work out. They didn't end up conceding, and they were able to relieve the pressure, but it was definitely an interesting sight to behold as the Bandits are able to finally break out of the pressure here against Fleury. But I mean, Fleury have looked dominant again in this game. I mean, they haven't really scored any goals or put away those opportunities yet. And a lot of it has been just back and forth in the midfield. Besides Bandits back passing to themselves a little bit as a nice shot comes out by Ariso there, but I mean, no goal scoring opportunities have really come from either side, even with the chances that they both had.
We almost saw one there as all 3 members of Fleury needed to 50 that ball out of their own net, but nothing coming of it yet. As you said, on the other end, something might be coming, and that one's off just as well. Ariso gonna control this ball himself, try to get it down for a quick counterattack. Can't find the pace, does get bumped out. And both teams getting opportunities here, not able to capitalize just yet. Crate sends that one forward, Chef off the sidewall. And that's a huge fake from Perky, trying to get over everyone. It's just going to float in. Ariso a little too awkward on the goal line, and a little bit of a mind game here from Perky to lead this game.
Yeah, and it works, and that's the biggest thing is Fleury will definitely take that goal. I mean, whether it was deserved or not, up for debate. I mean, it was a good change of place where Perky slowed down towards the ball to bait Kovalchuk into challenging, but I mean, there were 2 more defenders back for the Bandits, and neither of them got a touch. So, I mean, even though he got a beat on one player, I don't know if that should have necessarily been a goal, but obviously Fleury does not care about that. They are more interested in winning the game. So, I mean, a good play by Perky, and they will take that goal.
Bandits trying to get back on the other side. Not quite able to find it yet. That's a good pass infield, but could be a little dangerous. If Fleury can get around instead, Koval makes the shot, and they finally find a little bit of pressure themselves. That's a great passing play to kick things off for their own team.
Yeah, and I mean, if Kovalchuk does not get a touch on that ball being cleared by Perky, it's definitely a goal. So a great stop by Kovalchuk, and he's able to get back to it and put it in around the defender. So I mean, a great play by Kovalchuk, and I'd say that's a little bit more deserving of a goal than Fleury's, but alas, both teams scored. It's now a tied game, and with only 30 seconds left, you're starting to think that the next goal to score is going to be the one to decide the game. So should be very interesting for the last 30 seconds here.
It is starting to look that way. This one's definitely been, I would say, probably the most tense game in the series so far, as that one sent downfield. Tie game, and we might just be looking at overtime if both teams can survive this last 15 seconds. Ariso's not interested, trying to get it downfield. The chef should have a play of his own, hits it over to Koval. That's gonna go through, and the top left corner is found. Koval with 5 seconds to spare puts the Bandits up.
I mean, a good passing play by Koval and the chef, but I mean, just a mess up of commit by Crates doesn't really. He didn't really see that Kovalchuk was gonna be into that ball when he challenged, and then obviously Bandits are gonna put that ball down and take the win in game 4. But I guess they did not need the timeout after all. I mean, they ended up winning. Not a pretty game from either side. I feel like a lot of mistakes were made, and a lot of mistakes not being capitalized on by either team. But the Bandits will definitely take that win again.
Well, it's not pretty. It's prospect. So they'll take whatever they can get. And still, I would say one of the more solid games of the series, in terms of both teams managing to stay alive. Both teams were able to capitalize on some errors, maybe not all of them. But at the end of the day, the Bandits, in these kind of scrappy games, have been able to be the ones to come out on top more often. Of course, they've only dropped one so far, and now they're up 3-1. That's not quite as bad as looking down the barrel of a reverse sweep. If you're Fleury, you're still happy you won that one game, but it's still not easy from here. And it looks like, we actually
Fleury
have
did just
timeout.
call their timeout. Yep, Fleury just called their timeout. I was gonna mention that. I mean, you have to if you're Fleury, right? I mean, you're down 3-1. This is do or die, win or go home for them. I mean, they gotta change up something. You gotta do something different, and maybe it's gotta play scrappier, gotta cut more, you gotta. I mean, there's so many things that Fleur could be talking about here, but you got to change up something in order to try to get the advantage over Bandits again.
Yeah, and I mean, there's plenty of strategies you could kind of try to go for. I can't imagine necessarily exactly what they're talking about right now. But I do want to ask you, Ventus, I mean, if there was one player on the Fleury roster that you'd like to see step up and do more, or maybe change the way they're playing, to make an impact, who would you say that is, and what do you think they should do?
I really think it's gonna be on Solar here. I mean, Solar's replacing Sunlights, who brought a lot of that offensive power and kind of that duo with Crates. So Solar's really got to be the one to step up. And I mean, Perky's been that kind of third man guy anyways, and that's kind of been his role already. But I'd like to see Perky step up too. It feels like Crates is almost a one-man show right now. I mean, he's gotten a little bit of help here and there, but it's not been like a lot of the times he's having to go for solo plays with like double taps or air dribbles and these like low percentage plays that aren't being followed up on, and really that's one of the deciders of what's going to happen here. And if Fleury can follow up Crates touches and his passes, as he's a big assist guy and creating that space, is going to be the biggest difference here in this game. 4-5.
And that's not the way you want to start out if you're Fleury. Ariso with a 50 in the corner. The defender just caught sleeping in net. It's a little bit unfortunate. That's definitely not how you want to start, especially after taking a timeout. Only 11 seconds into game number 5? Yeah, game number 5 here. Sorry,
I
my
had the
counting
same
exercises.
I had the same mistake too. I mean, it's just so unfortunate with Fleury. I mean, you're coming out and you're like, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this, we're gonna try to do these things differently, and then coming out and immediately being down and now having to not like not only claw your way back up in this game, a great play there by Perky actually equalizes it, but they have to claw not only this game, but this entire series. I mean, being down 1 goal, now it doesn't really matter because I casters cursed it, but, you know, it would mean a lot more. Obviously now with Fleury scoring, even playing field, and a great showing by Perky actually stepping up into that role that Sunlight had previously, where he's kind of the finisher and able to put their goals away. So hopefully this is some new signs of life for this Fleury roster.
And that pretty much, you know, an unfortunate start to the game, but they managed to claw their way back immediately to at least an even game. And I do got a shout out as well. That was a great and fortunate timed boost steal by Perky. He was on like 0 boost, watching the ball just fly towards him, and I know in his head he was thinking, come on, just spawn, and it just barely did. He was able to use a little bit of boost to redirect that one to the net. And now we're in a tie game. Both teams throwing their best punches. This one going to be sent over the top. As Perky was able to get a demo on Ariso lurking in the backfield. But now they are back on their own half in defense anyways, it looks like. Kobo manages to get through. As Krates is always trying to control this one, trying to create something out of nothing. It is the Bandits who are on defense though. That's a good hit off the backboard. Krates there for the follow-up, but he can't quite put the shot home. This one, the follow-up might be good, and the pressure is a little bit too much. The Bandits just couldn't handle the amount of shots coming their way.
I mean, it's a slight mistouch there by Air. Almost actually gives this pass to Perky. I mean, Perky had to do a lot to play it around Chef and Kovalchuk. And a great shot for Perky. And it seems like Perky has shifted into that role that I was hoping he would, where he's kind of replacing and being that Sunlight player on this team and being the big offensive power that might be needed for this Fleury roster to get back in this game.
And speaking again back in the game, Fleury trying to take control here. It's a great bump on the goal line. Krates just making Chef panic. And you can see back there, Ariso was getting tangled with the attacker. Couldn't get back to the ball in time. That's a great play to put them up 3-1. And this is the kind of statement that you want to make after you get off timeout. After you're down so much in the series, you have such a long road ahead of you. Kovalchuk in the corner. Will 50 this one out. Chef with no boost, just trying to make anything happen. Can't really do much, and that's a missed touch. No touch at all, in fact, in the corner. Luckily, the Chef does spawn back, but it's head right back for Bandit's net. Perky trying to fake, won't get much done there. Bowler with a nice touch, but Ariso's there for the shot. They combine with the Chef, in fact. No shot being put on target at all as Krates tries to get the flip reset on the other side. The ball is sent back once again, and Perky not able to make the touch. This one could be dangerous. Chef playing some offensive bumps there. But it won't lead to much once again for the Bandits. And Fleury, I mean, they're definitely taking control of this game. I don't know if I would say they've taken control of the series yet, but they look much more put together in this game 5, I'd say here.
Yeah, and I mean, I talked about it, looking at hopefully being able to follow up on Krates' touches, and he actually has 3 assists in this game 5, with Perky having 2 goals and Solar having 1. So it's definitely something that I was hoping to look forward to in the Fleury game play this next game coming off their timeout, and it's very, very promising to see that they are doing what I kind of predicted and hoped, and hopefully they'll bring back this series and make it a good one to watch.
And this ball is just dancing around the net of the Bandits. Krates trying to put it middle, has to deal with the Chef, who does manage to get out. This might be the life that the Bandits need. Chef trying to get one more touch there. Can't quite make it happen. And it's just right back towards the Bandits' net. The double miss there. Solar trying to capitalize, but Fleury here, they have to be safe not to overcommit, as they might have done just that. Koval can't make the touch. This one gets popped up. Looks like Flurry escapes unscathed, and in fact, is going to try and make it to the other end. Krates has all the time in the world to shoot this, but it's not an easy one. He does line up the shot and gets it. That 4-1 should secure this game for Flurry.
Yeah, and not a very deserved goal there. I mean, two just blatant whiffs from Bandits, starting to show the cracks in their armor. I mean, they might be up 3-1 in the series, but it seems like they've started to let off the gas a little bit, and they making some more mistakes here in this game 5, and Flurry might not have been capitalizing on them much in the previous games, but they will definitely be capitalizing on them here in this game 4, and taking a 4-1 victory into game 6 is very crucial for this team.
And you have to wonder, I mean now, like, Bandits definitely call their timeout, right? Like, that's just has to happen, I feel like.
I think they have to, because I don't want to say a timeout guarantees a win. A timeout should be at least one win, because it should give you an advantage of game style on your opponent. And obviously, Bandits only need one win here to advance. And so, if they call their timeout, I could see them, countering or like hard pressing Krates and trying to take him out of the play completely and take out a lot of that offensive capability. I mean, Crate had a solo goal on his own and 3 assists. So, I mean, definitely almost targeting Krates, not giving him any space in the air. And if you're Bandits, I mean, just making sure you do that. But I mean, they might not need a timeout here. I mean, they can always call a timeout with 3-3, but the momentum might be too much at that point where Flurry could just win anyways if they've gotten to a groove.
Yeah, and I feel like calling a timeout before going into game 7 is probably the least likely success rate, where game 7 can kind of be a coin flip no matter what. But Bandits, they don't feel like they need it. So we will be heading to Forbidden Temple. So we wait to see if we will get that coveted game 7 here for this match. The Bandits, they only need one more, then they're moving on to the semis. Flurry still has a lot of work to do, but they've got a great opening statement. And now they just have to keep up that performance from last game. Nonetheless, we will be heading into game number 6 here, as we wait to see what the future holds. Here comes Kovalchuk, looking to go off the ceiling, can't quite fall on the ball, and tries to get in front as well, but the chef last back was not ready for that strong of a touch. Perky secures it, but that's really all on Solar getting the clear there.
I mean, a missed touch there by Koval, not able to follow his touch off the ceiling, and then just Chef not being able to get a touch there, and Perky kind of stealing that goal there. But I mean, definitely a great statement for Flurry being able to capitalize on Bandits' mistakes. But I mean, if you're Bandits, you really got to focus on minimizing those and kind of not making that blatant mistakes or that many mistakes in a row or in succession. Because I mean, one mistake is fine. Your 2 other teammates could bail you out, but when you're making 2 really bad touches or 2 really bad whiffs in a row, I mean, it's a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, and I mean, it just kind of sucks to get scored on that early after choosing not to take a timeout. In the back of your mind, you're probably thinking, oh, maybe we should have called something there. Maybe we shouldn't have just tried to force it through. But either way, this is the situation you're in now, down 0-1, and Flurry was able to battle back last game. The Bandits definitely have the ability to do so themselves. They will have to put in the work. This Flurry squad does not look as vulnerable as we've seen previously in the series. As Krates here going for the Cucks pinch. Doesn't quite get on target, but we know that man loves his mechanics. He won't shy away from an opportunity. As he comes off the wall here looking for the double. Doesn't quite have enough boost, but is almost able to get past the defense regardless. This one put on net as well, but this time the Chef is able to make the save. Vogel will look to clear that out. They're backed up in their net right now are Bandits, which we've seen them in this position before. It's not looked great for them. Flurry, if you give them enough shots, they're gonna bury one deep. Here comes Krates trying to find it. That one pinches back towards Flurry's net. Won't quite find anything, but now the pressure is back on their side. The Chef coming through, trying to find the shot, and Perky has to bail out a floundering Flurry defense there. Now trying to find the shot on net. Can't quite find it in the other direction. And unfortunate backflip there for the Bandits. It looks like Game 6 might be where the nerves really start to take place here.
Yeah, I mean, Bandits had a couple missed opportunities on offense. I mean, Chef missed a not a wide open net, but I mean a completely free shot. I mean, I'm not expecting that it necessarily goes in, but I'm expecting at least a shot on target. And at least I'm hoping, you know, if these prospect teams are in the playoffs for a reason. That the nerves do seem to be getting to Bandits, especially as they might be thinking, man, we might actually lose this series after going up 3-1. But you know, the game's not over yet. There's still a lot of Rocket League to be played, but I mean, the Bandits definitely panicking a little bit here.
They might not have to panic for much longer. They just need one more goal to equalize, and then I'm sure their concerns will diminish quite a bit. That's a great pass middle, and Ariso actually does it all himself. Coming through with the dunk as well. He decides he's just going to do it for the team.
And that is a crazy dunk by Ariso there. I mean, absolutely masterful for Ariso and massive for the Bandits here, as that is a much needed goal just to give themselves a little bit more confidence and a little bit more momentum in this game 6.
That is the kind of shot that gets the team going, but can it be stopped? This one's just off. Flurry trying to put a stop to this momentum that might have been generated from that. Already, you can tell the Bandits have a little bit more fire in their step. That's a big miss from Flurry as Krates not able to make the touch. Now here comes Ariso once again trying to find another dunk. Can't do it this time. Koval with the control. Now Solar getting this one out, gets pre-jumped by the Chef. I don't know how he knew where that one was going, but he's gonna take out Krates as well. That 150's over and it's almost just in. It has to be saved away, and there's running out of boost for the Bandits defense. They do manage to find it out. They still could be in a tough situation here. Krates tries to get that one through, can't quite find it. Perky sends it down as well. That's a bump on defense, and that could just be an open net. It's disaster for the Bandits. They find each other, but they can't find the ball.
Yeah, I mean, not a great play there by Bandits. It might be the dagger, the own team bump. Looks a little suspicious for those of us wanting Game 7, you know. Might be the scripts. It looks like Krates is actually going to score another one here. It might just be enough to force a Game 7. Get those Game 7 alerts ready, as this series is not done yet.
Oh, man. And that was a very quick turnaround there from, you know, a very close Game 6 here to absolute disaster. I guess we can't expect much more out of Forbidden Temple, but hold up. Hold your horses. Ariso gets another one through, and there might just be a little bit of a chance.
It's not over yet. There are 10 seconds. It's not likely, but crazier things have happened in Forbidden Temple. This might be the script saying it's not over yet, but I mean, it's definitely a very close game.
This one will have to be kept up on 0 seconds. Flurry is not interested in that. And the Forbidden Temple decide there was enough shenanigans for now. We are headed to game number 7, and now I feel like you've missed your opportunity to take the timeout. I feel like it would be a misplay for the Bandits to take a timeout now, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that they should still take the timeout. I'll play the devil's advocate. I think that they really need to take the timeout, you know, calm themselves down. They made a lot of mistakes, a lot of double commits. You gotta really like buckle down here in this game 7 because tensions are gonna be high, and you really just need this like mental reset almost of like, all right, they've won the last 2 games, but we got this time. We can talk about what we're gonna do. Obviously, we scored at the very end there, and Ariso is a big factor in that. And just I still think that they should take the timeout, but I don't know how much it'll help. I don't know if it'll be as effective as it would if they had taken it before Game 6.
Yeah, definitely so. And it looks like they're not interested. They're just joining right up. So they're just gonna keep going. They're gonna try to play the odds. Flurry now has all the momentum coming back from 3-1 to at least bring us to a Game 7. Gotta shout them out for giving us the content, if nothing else. We did not want to see another dominated game by one team. But now this is Champions Field. This is where everything is put on the line. This one game decides whether or not your season continues. Let's see what happens in this one. This one will be sent up as Koval tries to get the touch forward. A little bit of an awkward touch by Perky, and there's no one left on defense. Crates does get a demo. That means there'll be no follow-up shot. Rizzo can't quite find his dunk either. And Flurry, at least in the beginning seconds, does manage to avoid disaster. So Rizzo trying to 50 that one out. Koval's able to follow up on the job. This one's sent out to the midfield once again, and Perky just with a nice touch to try and keep it in. Oh, there's no one there to follow that. Chef going for the double tap. He can't quite find it, but here on Champions Field, we all know that things can get a little bit different. I mean, this is where everything is on the line. This is where the nerves will be the highest, but it can also be the place where people rise up the most. I'm just going to ask you before we get too deep into it here, Ventus, are you still keeping your prediction, Bandits in 7?
Man, they've come this far. It's been this close of a game. I feel like I am obligated to stick it out with the Bandits. I called the Game 7 Bandits to win since the beginning. I think that they'll be able to pull some stuff out of there, out of thin air, and scrappily win this in this Game 7.
And it might just be that scrappy as some awkwardness on the defense, but Flurry not quite able to take advantage. Rizzo gonna send this one out, but it goes to Solar. Koval remains calm on defense though, and this time it won't be a free goal for Flurry. Solar sitting very far back here, not interested in giving up free goals himself. Chef will get the pass middle, but Koval doesn't really have any boosts, and that's gonna be a double commit. Could be costly. Chef does a nice job of playing the time there, doesn't let it get away from him. Now he's going for the air dribble, gets it past one, gets it past almost a second. Can't quite get it past his teammate though. It's Kovalchuk trying to get the double himself. This one's sent off to the side. Perky can't make the touch. And Chef should have an opportunity here. Will he pass? He'll just leave it for Kovalchuk, who gets it out middle, but Solar's ready for the touch. Ariso with a little bit of an awkward touch there. I think that would have been a booming clear if it weren't for his touch. And now Flurry trying to go straight at the goal. This one will be sent through. Solar sending it middle. Perky might have the shot opportunity. That one's going to bounce awkwardly, and no contact able to be made from the defense. This one sits nice for the Chef to bang away though, and the Bandits do escape the chokehold they were in for a second. Ariso trying to send it back, and this one is going both ways pretty quick. I'm impressed by your ability to call it, because so far it's been absolutely back and forth. It doesn't look like either team has really been able to create an advantage yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's been completely back and forth this game. I mean, Flurry's had a little more pressure and a little more offensive chances than Bandits, but I mean, Bandits have not have been scrappy enough. They've haven't made too egregious of mistakes yet, and Flurry hasn't done enough. As I say that, I just got stickers again. Flurry is able to take it here. A great pass off the backboard. Krace is gonna follow it up himself, and just unable to get the touch from Bandits. But I have to have faith that the Bandits will pull through. Just because I called. I've had them this far, you know.
It's definitely still doable. That's a great goal there by Krates, and of course it's Krates who's been going for these backboard reads all series long. Where else to show it but Ariso on the other end uses up every single ounce of boost he has, just barely gets that drop down touch, and he will put it in the back of the net.
And that is what we like to see as a Bandits fan for only this game 7. Only this game 7. I am a Bandits fan now. Just because I want my prediction to be right. A great play by Ariso, and it's much needed as we're entering the final minute here of game 7.
And only 1 minute to go, but the score is equal. Ariso bumped out of net though. Can he get back? He can't. No, he actually makes it home. I thought that was hopeless, but what a save right on the goal line. Barely manages to get the block off of his own crossbar, and that could be the most heroic save of the season. If the Bandits are able to push through and win this, it's still anybody's game. Solar gonna leave that ball for his teammate. Both will fake it. Solar trying to play slow, get the 50 over to Krates, but instead Ariso takes control. This has been his game, and he almost puts it in the back of the net as well. Tries to get the 50 out to Koval. 6 seconds to go before we're headed into overtime, but the Bandits, they want it now. The chef will drop it down. That one's off, and Solar not interested in keeping it up. We've had an insane regulation time here. Of course, we're going to overtime in Game 7 as well. And, I mean, if your prediction is true, you're a genius, Ventus, but all I know is that this has been an absolutely insane game so far.
Yeah, I mean, talk about that save from Ariso. He gets bumped, he gets bumped above his own crossbar, and he's still able to get back.
Oh.
And he puts his shot on the. I mean, this has been Ariso's game. I mean, he has looked like the player to match up against Krates, and really been that deciding factor. Is almost a triple commit comes out from the Bandits. I mean, this game 7 overtime is going to be crazy. Both these teams are duking it out.
And it's already off to a hot start here. Trading blows. That one, it might just 50 in. Ariso, he's back again. He has no boost. How is this man still going? He's just doing everything. I mean, it's I don't want to say 1v3. His teammates aren't doing that bad. But Ariso is just absolutely outshining the rest of his team right now. And it might not matter if the chef can't get back. He barely hits it off the post. And Flurry, another shot. And that one, it can't be saved. Perky puts it in the back of the net. You know he was thinking that Ariso was just going to appear out of nowhere, but this time he's not able to find it. And what a game.
And it's back to the
So
garage.
close. I mean, Ariso saved them. Crazy goal line saves, diving cross net. I mean, he played so well this game. I was really hoping that the Bandits would be able to take it here, but just not enough. Flurry's able to overcome going down 0-2 in the series, and man, what a game. I mean, game 7 overtime. Can't ask for much more than that, really, in a series.
I mean, come on, like that was just absolute insanity. A great series through and throughout, but that game especially, I mean, that might go down as game of the season for me at least. I think it would have been a little bit more. I have no real stakes in this matchup, but after seeing Ariso's defensive efforts in that game 7, I did really want the Bandits to pull through. A little bit unfortunate that they couldn't. Of course, all the credit in the world to Flurry to keep pressing and making some insane plays of their own. But yeah, I mean, that was just a ridiculous series. Definitely one to close the night out. I hope not too many of our East Coast people have gone to bed. I hope they caught that one as well. I know chat was going crazy there for pretty much the entirety of Game 7. But yeah, I'm gonna have to go lie down, take a something to help me sleep after that one. Thank you for joining me here, Ventus. It was an awesome match to cast, and we'll see you guys once again on Wednesday. Back at I think 6 p.m. is when we're doing it on Wednesday. Let me fact check myself real quick. Hold up. 8 o'clock. That's what I said. I said 8 o'clock on Wednesday. That's when you'll see us back here. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight, guys. Enjoying the games as always. It's been a great time, and we will catch you guys next time.